Say good morning. See if I can hear you.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. We'll get started in just a moment, just making sure we've got everyone. All right, good morning, everyone. I think we have everyone in from the waiting room. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members to you, and then I'm going to go through just a little bit of housekeeping about how today's hearing will run, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Call's nominee to the Pardon Advisory Board. He served as Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge for 26 years, including as Chief Judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And we have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the governor's office. So just a couple of housekeeping items about how today's hearing will work. First, please remember today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So we'll ask you to mute yourself and keep your camera off until it is your turn to be heard by the board so that we can focus on the person presenting and make sure we have good audio quality. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone will reach out and try to help you troubleshoot that. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we are going to call folks up in the order listed on the open meeting notice and agenda, and each applicant will have 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to 1, please give us a brief summary of the offense that you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We really just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or don't have additional questions for you. As you know, your applications are very thorough and we've spent a lot of time with those materials before today's hearing. If there are questions though, we want to make sure that we have time to get to them so that the board can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any follow-up questions we have, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make a final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about a month to 2 months from today. We know you've been really patient just to get to the hearing, so we thank you for giving us just that time to make sure we can get our recommendations to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the morning. Tiara DeBoer, you were up first if you are with us in the Zoom.
Hello, yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Tiara DeBoer, and I thank you for having me this morning. Today I'm here for a Class I felony for bail jumping by witness. I did not attend court because I was scared to testify against the other person. As a result, I was put on 3 years probation, as well as I had to take classes and attend therapy for me and my children. Also, my kids were taken away for 2 years in foster care. I had to work with CPS to get reunification. Since then, I have stayed out of trouble, took care of my kids, and also accomplished getting my CNA certification. And I also enrolled in a high school program. I now reside in Hot Springs, Arkansas. I moved to obtain better opportunities, and I thought I needed a change due to the result of my dad's passing in 2024. I believe I should be granted a pardon because I have committed to all obligations, and it will help me in the future to receive better job opportunities I am trying to further in my career. I feel it will be a burden off of me in the matter of not being seen as a criminal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll open up to other questions from the board. Judge Kremers?
Good morning, Mr. Bohr.
Good morning.
Your uh, daughter is how old now?
She just turned 24 this year.
And do you have a relationship with her?
Yes, we have a very strong bond.
Does she live in Arkansas with you, or is she still
No,
here?
she's currently living with her other two brothers. They all live together
In
in Wisconsin.
okay. Um, so at the time of this event, the reason you got in trouble is because you didn't believe your daughter, correct?
No, not correct. I did believe her. That's why I took it upon myself to call the police and everything. Um, they told me that they wanted her to testify in court, and at the time she was very young, and I didn't want her up there or to deal with that. And the family was threatening me. That's why I was scared to show up in court.
Okay, but didn't you tell the police during this investigation that you were having your daughter go live with a grandmother and you were moving in with her brother, with your other child with the defendant?
No, that is not correct.
So that's not what's in the complaint, is not true?
No, I never said I was gonna have her live somewhere else.
Did she go live somewhere else?
She was staying with my parents at the time.
And you moved in with the defendant?
We were already living together.
Well, you continued living with him.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I did have one other question. Looks
Yes.
like in 2023, you had a small claims civil judgment against you for about $21,000. What was that about?
It was because I went to the car dealership for my daughter to get her a car. And as a result, she did not pay the payments on it, and it was put on my name and on my credits.
I see. So you still owe that judgment.
Yes, it's closed for now. It's still on my report, but it is closed.
But closed, but you haven't paid it.
Yes, yes. And on my credit report it says that it was closed.
I know, but did you pay the money?
No, I did not.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Jerry?
Uh, do you have any contact with Myron Jordan, who's the father of your daughter?
No. Not at all.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Moore, I just want to follow up a little bit on Judge Kremers' question about your relationship with your daughter. And I
Okay.
understand this is not the easiest forum to share things in, so just if you could answer to the extent you're comfortable. You said you have a strong relationship now. I imagine this created some tension and a rocky patch.
Right.
How did you work through this together? And have you talked about kind of how your refusal to testify impacted her at the time?
Yes, we had to attend therapy, separate and together. And I've also talked with her about, how she felt about it, how she was feeling. I did talk to her about how she wanted to go further. And since then, I've been supportive of my daughter. We do things together. I talk to her every day. I help her with her taking care of her son, my grandson. So we have worked out together. I've also spoke with her about a identical incident that I went through as a child, and I shared that with her just so she can feel more comfortable.
Thank you. Other
Thank-
questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Um, the district attorney who reviewed your application for a pardon
Yeah.
supports it, supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support by the district attorney make you feel?
It makes me feel like I have someone to support me. I don't have family. I don't have anybody to like talk to about this. And he has worked with me. I've spoken with him, and I feel that he's really on my side of this pardon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. DeVore. I think that covers it from us. I appreciate your time and I hope you have a great Friday.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jerry Morris. Mr. Morris. Oh, Mr. Morris, you're on mute.
Okay, first of all, my name is Jerry Morris, and I would like to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to present in front of you for a pardon. Let's see. First of all, I'd like to start off saying the fence that first offense that I wanted to speak about was the fleeing and eluding case that I had back in 2000 or 1995. Um, it was actually I had marijuana on me, and the cops got behind me to pull me over, and I panicked, and I took off, and I was actually just trying to get rid of the marijuana, and I threw it out the window, and and then I stopped, and then I was of course arrested, and taken to jail, and after I was in there, they came they found the marijuana that I dropped or threw out the window. But when I went to court, the DA decided not to pursue the marijuana case. But I did do 4 months in jail for fleeing and eluding. Um, the next case I had was I got out. Next next case I had, I was dealing drugs back in 1998 around that time, and I was at work, and my house was raided, and they found I think 150 grams of coke. Um, they came to my job, arrested me, took me took me to jail. I was sentenced to 4 years in prison. I pleaded no contest. I took responsibility for my actions. I think the DA was offering me 5 year sentence, and I took responsibility for it, and the judge only gave me 4. Um, did my time, got out, um, went back to working and stuff. And then in 2005, let me back up a little bit. Of course, I was using. I was still struggling with my drug use. And during all this time, I was a drug addict too. I used, had addiction to selling drugs, using. So in 2005, I had some drugs on me. Remember that occasional. And let's see. Sorry, 2005. No, that was 2005. This stuff is mixed up. I was caught with a couple of bags of cocaine, I think it was. And like I said, I was still using. I was arrested, and I think I did 9 months in the county. I was sentenced to 9 months in the county jail. I was offered Huber. Actually, I was in the process of going to treatment because prior to me getting arrested, I was on probation, and I told my agent I was struggling with my drug use. But before I started my first day of treatment, I got caught with some drugs and was arrested. So my option at that time, when the PO came and seen me, she was like, I didn't know you were using. I said, yeah, I know. I hit it pretty good. And I told her, I'm glad I was arrested. I was tired. And she told me, well, since you were sentenced to, ordered to go to treatment, as long as you don't go to prison on your case, you have treatment. We recommend treatment. So to be honest with you, I sat in jail. I knew I would probably get in treatment. I stayed in there longer than I needed to. I kind of, prolonged my court and stuff so that I could get sober. And during that time, that's when I got sober because I needed to reflect on everything that was in my life and what I wanted to do. So I could have probably got out like right away with the recommendation with me having treatment, but instead I stayed in. And then after I took the sentence. I took the sentence at about 7 months. I took the plea, and then they gave me 9, and then I got out and I went to treatment after that. And I was on Huber going to treatment, and and shortly after that I got sober, and I started going to meetings. I've been a member of Narcotics Anonymous for the past 18 years. I've currently I went back to school. I got my bachelor's degree. I've been abstinent from drugs for 20 years. Currently, AODA counselor at Racine Comprehensive Treatment Center, which is an opiate dependence clinic. I've been there for 14 years. I'm also I work at Halo, which is a local homeless shelter in Racine here, and I've been there for 17 years. I went straight there after school. When I was in school, I did my interns there, and they hired me. I've been there ever since. And then also I work for Lakeside Family Therapy as an AODA counselor. Currently, I've been there 7 years. And also I opened my own adult family home here in Racine, where I house people with mental health issues, developmentally disabled, traumatic brain injury, and mostly disturbed mental illness. So I stay pretty busy, and I think I deserve a pardon because I've came a long way. I've really done a lot. I haven't even said. Sometimes I don't even take time to look at how far I came, but I help a lot of people. as much as I can, try to give back. I've actually been sober longer than I was on drugs and selling drugs now, so I feel like I reversed that. And I just want to continue doing what I do. And I'm planning on running for public office in the future. And so that's why I feel I need I want a pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Questions from the board? Judge Gremmers.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Morris. You have come a long way. I'm just curious. You had a lot of problems in the late 90s and then on into early 2000, and then suddenly you stopped and no more criminal activity. What do you think? What changed for you?
What made me stop?
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I I get emotional when I talk about this, but it was my mother that actually, I know she was praying a lot for me, and she's the only one that came to see me when I was incarcerated, and she told me I was killing her with what I was doing because I was raised by a very good mom. My mom was a single parent, but then when I would go back to my cell, I would think about it. She would give me scriptures to read, and I would read them, and I realized that I didn't really have any friends. I realized that she was my only friend. She passed away in 2021, but she got to see me sober for a long time. And she was so proud of me.
Should have been.
And I was just grateful. But when people ask me that question, that's what I always say. I had a praying mom, and I know that's what it is.
Thank
And
you.
that's how I got sober.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Morris, you've lived in Racine your whole life, right?
Correct.
And the judge in Racine who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. Now,
Yeah.
Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does her support make you feel?
It was actually a him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I looked up, I was proud when I seen that he supported me. I don't think he even knows me. Scott Craig, I think he looked at, the stuff that I was doing and figured I probably deserved a second. But I was really, really, really grateful that he supported me. He does, but everyone that knows me, thinks that I deserve a pardon. So yeah, I was happy when I seen that.
Good. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Morris. That covers it from us. Hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, you too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gary Pagel. Mr. Pagel.
Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning. I'll start off. I'm Gary A. Pagel. I was caught in 12/2/1999 with possession to manufacture and distribute marijuana, possession with intent THC 500 to 2,500 gram, conspiracy manufacturing delivered drugs. I was 26 years ago, so I stopped using, got my life together. I served my prison sentence, my probation, my parole, paid my outstanding $23,000 fine, continued to work when I was out of prison. And I got my HSCD while I was in prison. I'm seeking to drop my felonies and a pardon so I can have job opportunities because our economy is unstable and want to be able to apply for jobs without felonies on my applications.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hagel. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Next up, we have Christopher Jennings. Mr. Jennings?
Hi there. My name is Christopher Jennings. Thank you guys for having me this morning. I was convicted as a plea deal for a felony E, and then I had several charges read in. Right previously to that, I also had a DUI. I had bad sobriety issues, which is obviously evident with all the results that happened. I learned my lesson. It was a good wake-up call, definitely needed, and it's made me a better person as a result. I've been at my job for almost 10 years now. I've been there since July 2017. Make medical supply parts for cancer screening machines. I'm also CPR certified and a first responder at my job. To stay busy and productive member of society. I've taken aviation lessons and scuba diving. I hopefully eventually like to be like a rescue diver. I had 4 years probation, 45 days in Huber. And then I also got off probation early as a result of good behavior. I've been in therapy for pretty much since my first arrest. I stopped going in at the end of 2024. My therapist at the time said I was good at the moment. If I ever need to go back, it is definitely an option that is on the front of my mind. Yep. Also been a homeowner, pay taxes, donations quite regularly, just whenever I can. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Questions from the board? Judge Carvers.
Good morning, sir. It looks like in 2020, you had a small claims civil judgment for $2,200, and then in 2023, another one for $14,275. What were those about?
If could you give me more details? I'm not sure what you're talking about actually.
I just, what I have is, it says that there's a Milwaukee County case for an unsatisfied civil judgment in the amount of $14,275 from 2023.
Are you sure that's for me? I've never heard of that.
Okay, so you don't know of any lawsuits?
I have no knowledge of that.
And it may be that that the records aren't correct, and sometimes when people have, similar.
I have a really common name, so yeah.
But nobody sued you in 2023 for anything?
Not that I was aware of. It's definitely possible, but I don't really do anything besides go to work and come home, so.
And you live in Waukesha County?
Nope, I live in Milwaukee.
Or you live in Milwaukee now? Okay. All right. All right, thanks.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Jennings, how have you maintained your sobriety for so long?
There's definitely been some speed bumps with drinking over the years, but my mom passed away in 2018, and that was a real wake-up call because I had already started to make progress with my sobriety and becoming a better person before she passed away. But after that, it was kind of a reminder that, life is precious, and I was, of course, squandering my opportunity, and, that's always a good driving force behind me. I also lost my dad when I was a child, like 11 years old, so, I want to eventually, hopefully, be a good role model for my kids, like they were for me.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Jennings. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Thanks, you guys as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jerry Dosho. Mr. Dosho? Mr. Dosho, do we have you in the Zoom with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, good.
We can't
Sorry.
see you quite yet. Are you able to turn on your video?
My wife's doing it right now, trying to
Okay.
figure it out.
While she does that, am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
All right, can you see me?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right, great. First, I'd like to thank the board for considering me for a pardon. Thank you. My name's Jerry Dillashaw. I'm 57 years old. Been married the last 26 years. I have 6 kids, 2 grandkids. That's about it for there. Brief summary of what I've done since the completion. Brief completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment. I worked at the same employer for 37 years. as an operating engineer. I retired from that due to I broke my neck and back. And since then, I have a clean CDL, Class A CDL, and I got my tanker endorsement on that. And I wanted to get my hazmat, but being that I'm a felon, I can't. That door's closed. And you know, if I wasn't a felon, I'd be able to open that. Brief summary about why you think you received pardon of your son, including community. Well, that's about it. And as to why I deserve a pardon, I don't think I deserve anything. I think I got what I deserved. I was arrested for manufactured delivery of cocaine. It was a stupid thing back then, something I'm not proud of, and I got exactly what I deserved. The way I look at this is, if you guys deem me worthy of a pardon, that's an opportunity I'm not going to squander. You know, it's a second chance, and you don't get a lot of second chances today. So that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Doschel. Questions from the board? Eric.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today.
Yes,
I
sir.
just had one question. You had mentioned in your application, and we had seen some other places about some child support issues in the past. And last update looks like maybe there was a warrant in late 2024, and then about 2 days later, you did pay that amount. Just want to confirm that you are still current with the child support.
As far as, yeah, I mean, I pay it every month. Like I said, I'm retired now. As to that thing in 2024, I was making my payments. We call up and we make it over our payments like over. I forget how it was, but all the payments were sitting there. But because we didn't okay it, child support didn't take it. And then once, you know, I got all that, then all of a sudden that big sum of money came in. What was that again, Chris? The card we were using was a Western Union card.
And they were.
Yeah, they were holding it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Kremers.
Morning, sir. While it's not required, it's strongly encouraged that applicants submit letters of support, but you didn't do that. Can you tell me why not?
I filled that out by myself the best I could. My support, all I've done is work, come home, raise my kids, and be with my wife. I've stayed out of trouble, kept my nose clean, and I don't know. That's it. That's all I have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Reverend Hancock.
The district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports it. How does that support make you feel?
Well, I didn't know that, but it makes me feel good. You know, like I said, like the judge just said, you know, I didn't put any letters in there for support, so having somebody support it makes me feel good. Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Mr. Doschel, just a couple of follow-ups from me. It looks like between about 1996 and maybe 2000, there are a couple of issues that look like maybe domestic violence related. You've got a disorderly conduct, there's a temporary restraining order, and a unlawful phone use that
Unlawful use of a telephone.
yeah. Can you tell us about what was going on there? Is that all one situation?
That was all during that time. It was drinking, drugs, and after I was arrested for manufactured delivery of cocaine, after I got arrested for that, I stopped. I stopped everything. I just stopped. Drugs, alcohol, the people I knew that had drugs I didn't associate with. And like I said, I got married. My wife used to be a police officer, and she wasn't going to put up with any nonsense. So all that stuff, that's then. And yeah, it's part of my life I'm not proud of. And I'm trying to, you know, trying to do better, been doing better, and I just want to get on with my life and not be a felon anymore. Because
Okay,
it
so
closes
this,
a lot of doors.
yeah. So this is a past relationship that you're no
Yeah.
longer in?
No,
Okay.
God, no. No,
And
no, man.
do you still have contact with this person? Are you
No.
co-parenting? No.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Dolshaw. I appreciate your time.
Thank
and I
you.
hope you enjoy your weekend.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next up we have Zachary Broadhead. Mr. Broadhead?
Is it off? Did you leave?
It's not off because we can still hear you. Mr. Broadhead, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Okay, we will come back to Mr. Broadhead if we get him later. In the meantime, Jeffrey Peters, you're up next.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
We can.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. All right. Good morning. Hi, good morning. I'm attorney Scott Small. I helped Mr. Peters with the application. I'm here for mainly technical support, and just to make sure all the Zoom stuff goes well, but I'll let Mr. Peters take it away.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jeff Peters. I'm 69 years old. I was young at 17. My parents were divorced and I joined the service. I joined the U.S. Navy. And after I got out, I got together with some friends that knew my parents at the time, and they did a burglary. I was party to a crime because I was there in the vehicle while they did the burglary at my own high school, at Pulaski High School. And that's how I received my felon. I also have another felon, possession of a firearm, which I owned 2 houses at the time I was married. And the car in the back was sitting there, and I told the owner to get it gone. And one night, another friend came over. He shot at it with a rifle. I shot at it, and that's how the police came and arrested me for possession of a firearm because I was drinking, which was stupid. And the third one would be child support, which I do miss my kids. I couldn't be with them because I needed a guardian ad litem, but I am religiously paid every month my child support payments. Because at the time, which really woke me up, was they sent me to prison for 18 months, 2 years, and that was my wake-up call to life. I learned a lot in prison. In fact, I was put on probation for that as well. And when I did serve everything and got off probation, I even called my probation officer and told her, "Thank you for the wake up that you did for me." She really appreciated that. And I as well did. I'm kind of stuck here.
What has happened since then?
What has happened in my life since then? Well, I'm retired now. I went through a triple heart bypass through the VA. I'm honorably discharged from the military. And also I had throat cancer, is why my voice sounds to you, is why I'm sounding like this. And they caught it. I beat the throat cancer. And but I'm having issues now. 3 years later now that I went on. But anyways, I'm retired now, and I have a campsite that I have in Random Lake. I'm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin right now, living. And my interest for being able to get this felony convictions dropped would be, I met friends out in Random Lake that they have property in Canada, and they also have property out in Texas, but they're there now, and they wish me to come up with them. The gentleman he's 87, and his wife, she's 78, and wants me to go up there with them to help them with their property. But I told them I can't. I'm working on this felony to get expunged, I guess they call it. And I can go with them and help them. And also for myself, because I have I'd like to fill my bucket list because I don't know how much time I may have with all this cancer going on. And I recently lost my mom. She, well, in 2024, I lost her. She had property up in Phillips, Wisconsin, and she enticed me that I should, apply for a felony drop. And well, I lost her now, and I'm working on getting that property. I'd like to move up there, but that's another issue of what's going on. And did I forget?
Yeah, part of that is small game hunting and
Well,
whatnot.
that's not really important, but it'd be nice to be felony free, so I don't have to worry about my limitations, what I'm able to do and what I'm not able to do. This is my main reason for doing this. So, pretty good.
Thank you, Mr. Peters.
This
Well,
is
if you have
new for me.
questions.
Yeah. And if you have any trouble hearing him, I'm trying to put the microphone as close as possible, but
I'm sorry because of my
yeah,
voice.
yep.
Yeah,
I'm
we can hear
sorry.
you perfectly, Mr. Peters.
Okay.
Judge Cromers, question?
Good morning, Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, you probably heard this question of an earlier applicant I asked. While it's not required, it is strongly encouraged that applicants submit letters of support. You didn't do that. Is there a reason why?
Dismiss letters of support. I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Letters of support from friends or
Oh,
people in the
letters.
community?
Yeah. Like I said, I was new at this. And I really don't have anyone really around. Like I said, my mother passed. Friends, I could have had character references, but I didn't know if that was needed for that. I do have I received a letter which I was really surprised to receive from the district attorney. And it said it was supporting my pardon application. Other than that, I really have no one to really give me any type of that knows me long enough to give you that type of information.
Okay. You were ordered to make restitution in all three of your cases. Did you do that?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you pay, do you think, for the shooting up the car?
That was restitution. Yes, that was paid. I can't remember the exact amount.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Peters, just a little bit for me, and I understand 1983 is a very long time ago, but you talked about shooting the car. When I look at the criminal complaint, it seems like there were people in the car, and that you also pointed a gun at a woman and her 3-year-old daughter who were in the area. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, that was the tenant that lived there that owned the car. And they were not in the car. The children they weren't even home. In fact, my wife at the time I was married then when I owned that property. And there was the eviction going on, and she had another place with she had a new boyfriend. And she was pretty much there, so I thought she was gone till the eviction was settled. I couldn't go into the property. And there was no one that was in the car. It was abandoned basically there. So that's what basically happened with that. There was no danger to any human being at that time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peters. Any other questions from the board? All right, that covers it then. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend, Mr. Peters.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For a great day.
Okay, I don't think we have Mr. Broadhead with us in the Zoom yet, so in the meantime, we'll move on to Tony Spencer. Mr. Spencer.
Good morning. My name is Tony Spencer. Thank you for allowing me to be here. A brief summary of my offense. I believe I was charged with operating auto without owner's consent, auto theft, excuse me, some friends and I were doing stupid things, and we stole some cars. We got caught. Um, if I'm not mistaken, I was 17 at the time and had to spend a little time out at the juvie out on Watertown Plank in Wauwatosa. And ultimately, um, I was waived into adult court. And then once I got downtown to county jail, I was 17, so I had to be confined into a cell for by myself for 23 hours a day until while I was going through all my court proceedings. But I wound up getting sentenced to 2 years in prison, and I first got sent to Dodge Correctional Institution, and then from there to Allegheny County Jail for a little time, and I got out of there after 3 months and went to a halfway house, and once I got released from the halfway house, I was put on the electronic bracelet and was able to go back to school and sort of complete my senior year of high school at Milwaukee Tech. So I did complete my sentence, my parole. I think my parole officer did send me back for a parole violation one time, and that was because I had shown I came home late, only because I was being tutored in geometry by my assistant principal's son, and I just came home late. And when I went to go visit, I believe it was a female, my officer, and I got to spend a week in Racine Correctional. But I ultimately got my HSED because I would have needed to stay in high school a little longer to graduate. And I went off to a junior college because I played football. And yeah, and so after that, I, did a little college. I didn't get my bachelor's degree, but after I finished college, I wound up working for Maggiano's as the banquet manager. Um, Gained a little weight from all of the Italian food I ate. I told myself at some point I was gonna want a family, so I was searching for a second job, and I joined the Carpenters Union, and I completed my carpenter's apprenticeship and became a journeyman. And also along the way, I felt I needed some more money and a better job. And my uncles would always ask if I wanted to, work for the railroad. So I applied, and I've been working for Union Pacific Railroad for the last 15 years. And I'm married for 16 years. Between my wife and I, we have 7 kids. I have 4 grandkids, and I do a lot of community involvement. I am a Prince Hall Mason since 2018. If you know anything about the Masonic Order, we do a lot in the community. So I'm pretty proud of that, and I'm pretty proud of also my grandkids. I don't make them call me granddad; they call me pop pop. So, um, and why do I think the board should give me a pardon? I think all my accomplishments, kind of prove that I've moved on with my life. I think receiving a pardon from this board would further validate that I am not the person that I used to be when I used to steal cars. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
Mhm.
Board members, questions? Judge Grumers.
Good morning. I have a couple of questions. You've heard this one already. Though not required, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support from friends or community members or people they work with to give us a better idea of who the person is who's in front of us. You didn't do that. Can you tell me why?
Well, I used to be on Facebook, and I had I reached out to my principal from my high school for a letter, and then I was Facebook friends with my attorney from back then, Jeffrey Conan, who was also a judge, I believe, who's retired now. He and I had met to talk about the letter of recommendation, and but I wound up I deleted my Facebook because it was just so like politically charged. There was just a lot of stuff going on the Facebook, and I just forgot to follow up on the letter of recommendation by the time I put the application in the mail, and also because of my work schedule, you know, the railroad, I'm on call 24/7, so I'm sleeping during the day, and I just forgot to follow up and follow through. You know, my wife actually was like, "Why you didn't ask me?" But my apologies for not following through on that.
All right. Second question. In 2020, were you charged with disorderly conduct in Milwaukee County?
No.
That's not you.
No.
Okay. All right. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Spencer, you're an engineer for the Union Pacific, right?
Yeah, I'm not one of those fake engineers that do math all day, sir.
No, I understood that you were a trained engineer, and you're very proud of that.
I am. You know, the railroad is a very hard, tough job to obtain. They do a rigorous background check. Yes, I did put my felony on my record. They do a drug test. They even pull your hair, you know, and you have to maintain a standard to stay employed, you know, with the railroad. And I'm pretty proud of staying, you know, still being employed by them.
So, and so you cleared their background check, even with your felony.
I did. I have a FRA licensed engineer certificate. I do. Yes.
Good. All right. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Spencer, one question from me. It's not on this case that you're seeking a pardon for, but maybe it was when you got revoked. You have a 2002 charge for failing to report to jail, and it looks like there's still some restitution or court fees, at least in the system. Can you tell us if you've paid those?
2002?
Yeah. It looks like it was amended down to a misdemeanor resisting or obstructing an officer.
2002, it may have been for a driving ticket back in Dunn County, but Dunn County prevented me from getting my driver's license, but I had to pay off like $10,000 in order to get my driver's license, because I needed my driver's license to do my construction work, you know. But I don't know if any other restitution that, you know, may be outstanding or anything like that. So
Okay, so you think you've paid everything, restitution and court fees?
by my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Spencer. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much. You as well.
Yeah. Okay, Adam Raymond is next. Mr. Raymond.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for hearing my case. As you're aware, in February of 2001, I got charged with 1 count of burglary to a dwelling and 5 counts of party to a crime. I was sentenced to 9 months in jail and 6 years probation. That started in June of that year. I couldn't find the exact month. The following year, in April, I was arrested for misdemeanor second-degree reckless endangerment. I pled guilty in 2002 to disorderly conduct. For some reason, I can't remember why, but about 1.5 years went by and I hadn't served my time yet. So after talking to my wife, we decided just to get it over with. So my daughter didn't remember me being in jail. So I went in and just got it over with in January of 2004. My wife and I decided the only way to stay out of trouble from the people I knew was to move and start our life over. So we moved to a different city and changed our phone numbers. I started working for a TV and appliance place, fixing them. We had our last daughter in 2005. In the spring of 2006, my probation officer said I was doing it great and said I should apply for an early discharge with her help. So I did, and I paid $3,000 towards restitution, with a judgment for the rest being joint and several. Then in the spring of 2007, I got laid off. So I went to work for another appliance place, and we decided to build a house on the lake next to my parents' dairy farm. My wife and I worked very hard during this time. I worked full-time fixing appliances and also fix them on the side at night and on the weekends. My neighbor asked if I'd join the volunteer fire department, and that sounded like fun, so I attended night classes to get my degree in entry-level fire training. Meanwhile, my wife and I were both working full-time, and we also remodeled a house over the summer on the weekends so we could afford to take the girls to Disney World. I also got my license for refrigeration around this time. Then in 2009, my sister-in-law saw an opening for maintenance at the local airport. I told her I wouldn't pass the background check, but she insisted anyway. So I had an interview in front of a panel of people for about an hour. They called me after and said I was best qualified and wanted to hire me. I told the lady I wouldn't pass the background, but she insisted I try anyway. She called me back and said that I failed, but would love for me to come reapply when I got my felony taken care of. That hurt me pretty bad, so that's when I knew I needed to do something about my felony in order to improve myself for the future. Roger, the boss I have now, offered me a job one day when I was fixing his washer and asked if I'd work for him. So I came to work for him on his large dairy farm in 2009. I was still on the fire department at that time, but I had to quit after a year or so because I was working 80 hours plus a week, 6 days a week, and 7 days a week all summer. I've been here at the farm now for over 16 years. I do all the planning, the maintenance on farm machinery, plus building maintenance and everything else he needs me to do. The reason I'm asking for a pardon is because my wife has been begging me to get it done, because it's like a part of my life that is a dark cloud hanging over me from a past gone by that's not me anymore. My friends also have insisted I get this done and quit prolonging it. I saw the opening for the airport came up again a couple of years ago, and that's when in the final straw I needed to apply. It would help me so much in my future now that my kids have moved out. In today's society, you need health insurance and retirement, neither of which I have. And I think it would open up new doors for me in the future for my wife and I. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Questions from the board? Judge Cremers.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You said that you paid off some restitution, but the rest was handled with a judgment against you. Is that right?
Yeah, yes. So my probation officer suggested, since there was 4 of us and the restitution was like, I think it was around like 6,000 at the time, and while I was on probation, I was paying it. And so she said pay $3,000, which would be well over half. And she said let the other people pay their fair share instead of me paying all of it. So that's how we ended up at 3,000.
And did they ever pay it?
I'm assuming so. I called down before I did the application and asked if everything was paid, and they said it was. So.
And then in 2002, looks like you were charged with or arrested for endangering safety by use of a dangerous weapon and second-degree recklessly endangering safety. Looks like they were ultimately amended to disorderly conduct. What was that situation about?
There's a vehicle where I was driving down the highway and somebody ran me off the road, and I sped up to try to get their license plate, and then a police officer ended up pulling us over.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Raymond, the judge who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the judge's support make you feel?
Is actually really great. The only thing I was disappointed is SASMA, the one that actually convicted me, had retired. And so I was kind of hoping to get a letter from him because I actually got married while I was in jail from a different judge. And SASMA actually came out of his chambers and congratulated me and shook my hand and everything. And he was a really great guy.
Good. And your boss said that hiring you was one of the best decisions he ever made. And are you actually in the barn now?
I'm in my shop.
Shop? Okay. So you're still working at Otherwise?
Correct.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Raymond. Appreciate your time with the board today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Scott Burdick. Mr. Burdick. We cannot hear you. You look like you're still muted.
Now, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay. My name is Scott Burdick, and in October 15th, 2014, I was charged with possession of THC and maintaining a drug trafficking place. I have been successful in my own construction business now for 20 years. I've worked with people like Renewal Unlimited, Fresh Start. They've actually had their kids come out and work with me on job sites and doing work for them at that time. I have recently become working with Easter Seals now. They live actually just down, or they got their camps just down the road from me. And this is the reason why I really want to get my felony abolished, is because I would like to move on to bigger and better things. And I really don't want people at Easter Seals knowing that I'm thinking I'm a felon. And that's to be brief with it all. That's about it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Burdick. Questions from the board? Judge Grumers.
Okay, you probably know what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burdick.
Supporting letters.
Yeah, why didn't you submit any letters of support?
My biggest support over the past years has been my wife, who's sitting beside me now. She's the one that actually helped me fill out all this paperwork. I'm not a computer guy at all. Thank God for her. So that's about it. I pretty much have myself to thank for where I've been today. I left that life behind and moved on, and left everybody with that life behind too.
All right, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Burdick, one from me. You've got a couple of arrests and convictions over the years, as well as a harassment restraining order that all seem to stem from domestic violence around 2006, 2007, a couple earlier things in the 80s and 90s. Can you tell us a little bit about what was going on there?
I've never had anything domestic. That ain't me. I've never had any convictions for harassment of domestic or any of that.
So in 2006, there's a misdemeanor disorderly conduct. What was happening there?
That was a disorderly conduct. That was actually a fight that I was in a bar. And they reduced it down to a disorderly conduct, which would have been, I believe, an ordinance with a $149 fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I do remember that when I did a 30-day jail sentence for that. Actually, 26 was good time. Yes, and that was a fight in a bar.
So is the harassment restraining order then arising out of the same event? Was that the victim?
I didn't even know there was a harassment and restraining order at the time. I didn't even know there was one. This is the first I've heard about it, because I never had any contact with the person. I've never had any contact since the day that person of that day. Yep.
Okay, and then in 2007, there was a misdemeanor criminal damage to property that you were convicted of. It looks like it was originally charged as misdemeanor domestic abuse related.
Yes, that was with an ex-girlfriend, yes. Yes, I had damaged the TV. And got criminal damage to property.
Okay, so that was you.
Yep.
Okay, and then how about in 1996, a misdemeanor domestic abuse related disorderly conduct? You weren't convicted, but it looks like you were arrested and charged before it was dismissed.
That one I'm not sure. 96. I don't know. No, I don't know anything about that. I don't remember anything about that. It's been a while ago now, but
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, it's been a long time.
And then understand that this is also a long time ago, but I know you're aware of this one because you submitted some paperwork on it. But your 1988 misdemeanor, where you kind of like trashed what appears to be a romantic partner at the time's apartment.
Yes. I basically, she had brought some, yeah, it was a really bad situation. Alcohol and drugs were involved. Alcohol had taken over. Yes, I got charged with criminal damage to property. Did my probation. Actually, my probation officer, he didn't click, so he actually revoked me. I did 9 months, 7 months with good time, and I didn't even have to pay any restitution or anything because everything that I damaged was my own stuff. That's why I didn't have any restitution at the time. They figured.
Okay, it does look like you were ordered to pay about $1,500 in restitution from that case.
I did not pay anything. I know that for a fact that I didn't pay anything.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Burdick. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, and then we have made contact with Mr. Broadhead. He's unable to join us this morning, so we'll try again for this afternoon. Because we need to stay compliant with our open meetings timeline, we are going to take a short break and pick back up with our second morning session at 10 o'clock. Board members, just remember we'll keep the live stream going, so please mute yourself and turn off your video if you need to step away from the computer. Good morning, everyone. If you're just joining us in the Zoom, we are going to start in just a moment, right around 10 o'clock. We just want to give everybody the opportunity to get in and get connected to audio.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
All
Can you hear
right.
me?
Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members and then go through a little bit of housekeeping about how this morning's hearing will work, and then we will get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Call's nominee to this board. Judge Kremers served on the Milwaukee County Circuit Court for 26 years, including as Chief Judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And finally, we have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, where he focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the governor's office. So a couple things to know about how the hearing will work today. Please keep in mind we are being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. So for that reason, we'll ask you to keep your cameras off and yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. We want to make sure that we can focus on the person who's presenting and hear them clearly. If you do have any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry. Someone from staff will reach out to you and help you troubleshoot. If it means we need to come back to you because the IT isn't working, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each of you will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to first, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes speaking to those questions, we'll open it up for any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or do not have questions for you. We've spent quite a bit of time with your application materials, and as you know, those are very thorough. But if we do have questions, we want to make sure we can get to those so that we can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any follow-up questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom. And once everyone has been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to the governor, who will then make a final decision about whether or not to grant your pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about a month to 2 months from today. We know you've been really patient just to get to the hearing, and we thank you for giving us just a little bit more time so we can make sure to be complete in what we recommend to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the second morning session, which is Roy Splinger. Mr. Splinger?
I lost you.
There we go. I think we can
Okay,
hear you now.
you can hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
How are you?
Great. How are you?
Good.
You can go right ahead.
Okay, start.
Mm-hmm.
All right, first I want to thank the pardon board in the state of Wisconsin for even accepting me for a pardon and even taking the time out because I know you guys didn't have to do this. So I'm thankful for that and considering me for a pardon. And my offense that I broke into a place and stole some things back in 1980. And I don't know what I was thinking. I was a young kid. I mean, I just turned 18. I mean, I wasn't a kid, but I was young and dumb, and I don't know what the heck I was thinking when I was doing that stuff. So there's no excuse for what I did. So I take full responsibility for what I did, and I'm just asking for a second chance to clear my name. I'll be 65 this year. It was 46 years ago. And like I said, there's no excuse for what I've done. And I'm sorry to the people I've done it to in the state of Wisconsin for putting them through the trouble. And I just looking for a pardon just to clear my name. You know, it's been a long time. It's always on my mind. You know, I gotta, you know, I have friends that go hunting and they want ask me to go hunting with them. I can't hunt because I can't have a gun. And I'm just looking to just basically clear my name because I'm getting older now and just asking for a second chance. And my sentence, how it went, the judge gave me 5 years probation, but after maybe a year and a half, I went back to court and he discontinued my probation because I was doing good. I had a good job. And I worked for a place for 9 years. And then in 1989, I bought the business from him. And I've had a successful metal fabrication business, welding, for, I don't know, 30, going on 37 years this year. And I've built a few houses in my life, 4 houses in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 2 in Chicago area. So I'm a productive member of society, and I just looking for a second chance in my life just to clear my name.
Thank you, Mr. Splinger. We can open up to questions from the board. Judge Kremers.
Pardon me, I didn't hear you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, good afternoon.
My question is, it looks like in 1982 in Cook County, you were convicted of an aggravated assault. What was that about?
That was, I was dating, actually it was my wife, it was her brother. We got into an argument and that deal, I got a bad deal with that because my wife, I was married at 19 years old, and my wife, I didn't know was messing around with a Cicero cop. So whenever this cop, this police officer, whenever he can get a chance to get me, he would get me. And like I have one offense on it for trespassing. Okay, it was at at my high school I went to. I was over there and he calls me, "Hey Roy, come on over here. I want to talk to you." As soon as I went on the school property, he gets me for trespassing. That's what I was dealing with this guy. And I didn't realize him and my wife were fooling around. And it turns out that I married her because she was pregnant. And I paid child support to this woman for 14 years and found out it wasn't my kid and it was his kid. And I think they knew it, but so I got a bad rap when I was in Cicero with this one officer that was always after me.
That was in 1982.
1982, I believe. I'm not sure the time, but it's been so long.
What do you remember what your sentence was?
I don't remember.
But it was a fight with your brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Yes, sir. I know it was a long time ago, 46 years ago, but a lot of these burglaries from long ago involved chainsaws. Do you remember why you were stealing chainsaws?
I remember breaking in a place and I was gonna take a chainsaw, but we never took anything from that store because alarm went off.
I had, okay. And the business you own now,
Yes, sir.
you were working at while you were on probation, right?
Yes.
So you've had one job for all those years.
Well, I started out right after before my conviction with the judge. I started doing sheet metal work, fabrication and welding. And then when I went to court, we explained to my lawyer at the time explained to the judge that I was working, that I was on this walking a straight line now, and I was doing really good. So the judge gave me probation. And after a year and a half or so, we went back to court because I was working long hours, 12, 14 hours a day when I was a young kid. And I had to go every month down to the probation officer. And a lot of times I couldn't get off of work because they wanted me. So I went back to court and they dropped it after like a year and a half, my probation. So I didn't serve the whole 5 years. It was maybe a year and a half.
Right. But you've been at the same job that whole time.
Yeah, I worked. So this is what I did. I worked for that company, and then in 1989 I bought it.
Okay.
And I had my own business since 1989, a successful business. I do a lot of work for I do mostly work for bakeries and meat packing houses in Chicagoland here. So I've had a successful business my whole life and was able to have a house in Fort Lauderdale and a house here and in my business. So
great. Thank you.
I turned my life around the good way.
Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, Mr. Swinger. That covers it from us. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, so I can hang up now?
You can, yes, thank you.
Okay, then I'll hear something in a couple of months, you said?
Yeah, just reach out by
Okay.
email if you have any questions.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Robert Williams. Mr. Williams?
Hello. Okay, first off, I would like to say good morning to the board and that I have prepared a written statement that I wrote for the board today. So starting off with a brief summary of my offense and how my sentence went. My name is Robert Williams. My offense was party to a crime. I would like to thank you guys for having me today. I would like to apply for a pardon for my only conviction, case number 2007CF5256 for armed robbery party to a crime. I received 12 months at House of Correction and 5 years of probation. This offense happened when I was 18 years old and I was sitting in my car waiting for my brother after school. My friend was sitting in the front seat and saw 2 students coming out and robbed them at gunpoint. I shouldn't have got involved in such a dangerous and illegal act, and I sincerely apologize for my wrongdoings and the victims. I didn't have any violations of law during my probation, but was jailed in 2013 for unpaid court costs of my 2007 case. Since then, I haven't had any contact with legal authorities. A brief summary of what I have done since my completion of my sentence and community involvement is, after I was released from jail, I have got my life together and went back to school for a business degree, but it didn't work out for me. I started working and maintained employment since then. I worked at hotels and then started working for the city of Milwaukee in 2016. It started as a temporary job, then I was directly hired by the city of Milwaukee. I would like to thank the city of Milwaukee for being an equal opportunity program, and I have been working there ever since then. I also volunteer with an organization called Black Men Build, where Black men get together and help out people in the community doing food drives, cleaning the neighborhoods, and social talk about how we can better ourselves in life. A brief summary about why I think I should receive a pardon. I would like to be pardoned because ever since I was released from jail, I knew that my life would be different and that most jobs would deny me and I wouldn't be able to get a job. I am so thankful that the city of Milwaukee was willing to hire me despite my conviction and giving me a second chance. I would like to work as a 911 dispatcher or working for MPD, answering the phone for the citizens, but I cannot do so with my conviction. It has been almost 20 years since my conviction, and I have never committed any crime ever since then. I would like to move forward with my life. Also, I would like to take better care of my family. I have 2 kids, a beautiful 13-year-old daughter, and a loving, caring son who's 7 years old. They look up to their dad and see me as their role model. I would like to show my kids that a second chance is possible if you take full responsibility for your mistake and try your best to turn your life around.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Board members, questions for Mr. Williams? Eric?
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. 2 questions for you. The first, it looks like you completed anger management. What did you learn from doing that?
What I learned from anger management is that to just don't let nobody get in your head and always just try to focus on the positive instead of the negative.
My second question, it looks like you started volunteering around 2020. What inspired you to start doing that?
Well, first I was in an organization for a little bit called Campaign Against Violence, and then I went over to Black Man Build. What started that was my sister. She was part of the organization there, and she brought me in with her.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Reverend Hancock?
In your application, you said, finally, it's worth noting that the process of seeking a pardon is a valuable opportunity for personal growth and reflection for me. That's a very interesting point of view. Can you talk a little more about that?
Basically, just by bettering myself in life. Like, I grew a lot ever since I've been released. So I was still young, 18. So I grew as a man. So basically, I didn't have a father figure, so I had to do everything on my own. So it was just personal growth for me and bettering myself in life. And I want to show my kids that you could better yourself if you take actions for what you do.
Good. Thank you.
Yes.
Judge Cremers?
There we go. All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
It looks like you have some money judgments against you, including one from 2024 for about $14,500. Do you know what that was about?
No, sir.
Sometimes our records aren't 100% accurate, so I'm just asking if you know if you had anybody sue you for that amount or.
No, sir. It's a lot of Robert Williams in the world, so
I'm sure there are.
yeah. So
It's
no,
not a-
no, because I just bought a house last year, and that would have came up for sure.
You're right. It
Yeah.
was. Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday.
Have a good one.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Capri Parit. Mr. Parit.
Hello, it is Capri, Parrot, or Parrot, whichever one you prefer. It's fine with me. Good morning, everyone. I'm just thankful for the opportunity to be able to be in front of you guys. So that's always a blessing on my end. Far as a brief summary of what happened, I know I have quite a few on there, but basically it's all comes to the same story far as me just being young, not having a role model in my life to show me, the right way to do things. But since then, I've really grown a lot. I'm very proud of myself. My family is proud of me. I have a wife and 3 beautiful children. It's just kind of one of those things like you live and you learn. So, I mean, I did take responsibility for, the things that I've done and successfully completed all of my sentences as well. So now I'm just trying to move on and just be, a positive role model in my community. I'm actually a owner of a child development center, which is a preschool in Milwaukee. I worked very hard to get that since 2000. I've been doing that since 2015. And now me and my wife, we own a group center, which I had to go through a lot of stuff to get that done, as far as a rehab review through the state of Wisconsin, which I successfully passed. That's what gave me the opportunity to open the child care center. And I'm also, me and my wife have a nonprofit, which is Hearts United, that we just opened. We're trying to do a lot of stuff for the community as well. Okay, like feeding families, providing shelter, clothing, and things like that. It's fresh, so it's not, in the works all the way, but we're getting it together. And I think I just want to, accept responsibility for what I did in the past. I know it's no excuses. Everybody makes mistakes, but I think I've grown pretty much as a man now. With having a wife and kids, it just wants me to be better and show my wife and kids and the community that things are possible. People do change and grow and mature and things like that. So, I mean, basically, I would like a pardon just to give back to my community, to let them know that it can be done, because I'm in the process of doing it, and just help them as well to make better decisions in their life, and, not be like me with no role model, with no one to tell me like, you shouldn't hang with these people, you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. Even though everyone says everybody should know right from wrong, it does help to have role models in your life to show you, the right way to do things. So that's really my goal for this whole process, which was really it was really a lot of work, but I mean, no work, no glory. So yep, that's where I'm at with everything right now.
Thank you, Mr. Parrott. Questions from the board? Judge Grumers.
So, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm struck by the number of aliases that are attributed to your name. Can you speak to that? Why do you have so many? I've got Capriel Parrott, we've got Capri Antoine Parrott, we've got Marcus Ashwa and Marcus Shaw. Did you use all those names at various times?
Actually, my name is Capri Antoine Lee Todd Parrott.
Okay.
Okay, so that Marcus Shaw might have been the time I got pulled over and I used my brother's name or something like that.
I see.
Yeah, but the other ones, I don't know. They probably misspelled my name or something on there. I'm not sure, but
yeah,
yeah,
that can happen.
Yeah.
That can happen.
Yeah.
The other question I have is, in 2017, you were charged with felon in possession of a firearm, possession of marijuana, and disorderly conduct. All of those charges you were acquitted of those, or they were dropped. But can you give me some idea of what happened in that situation?
Yeah, that's I knew that was gonna come up. That was a situation where me and my wife were separated at the time, and I was trying to get back in the house, if that makes any sense. So we did have a small argument. The police were called, and they did find a gun, which was her gun. At trial, she admitted that was her gun because I wasn't in the house and we were separated at the time, and she didn't feel safe. So that's kind of like one of the things with me just trying to repair my marriage with my wife. And it kind of got a little heated with a heated argument, and someone called the police. So, and they actually came out, and I was acquitted of the gun charges and everything at trial for that.
Other questions?
I couldn't hear the last response he had.
I said, thank you very much. Sorry.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
In 2023, you went to Washington with the members of the Wisconsin Early Childhood Association.
Yes,
to testify about working conditions and wages for childcare workers. What was that? What was that like?
It was wonderful. I mean, because I never been to Washington, but it was wonderful. I got a chance to experience like how many people are really in the field who are passionate, like me and my wife are. So it was absolutely a great time there. Absolutely. And I also continue my education with them, getting my registry up through Wisconsin. So I'm definitely still a member of WICA as well.
Good, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Parrott, I just wanted to follow up on one thing that you were talking about with Judge Kremers. You explained the gun charge from 2017. That was your wife's gun. Is that are you back with that partner now?
Yeah, I'm still married to her. We're doing really good now because I straightened up my act. So yeah, I've been married to her for it'll be 17 years April 11th of this year.
Okay. And do you own any guns now?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
And she doesn't either because she doesn't want to get me in trouble. So
good. That's smart. Well, excellent. I think that covers everything from us. So thank you so much for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, and thanks, you guys. Have a blessed weekend and stay safe out there.
Thank you. You too.
All right, thanks.
Next up, we have Shannon Nelson. Ms. Nelson. Ms. Nelson, I don't see you in the Zoom, but I know we have a couple of unnamed boxes. All right, we will come back to Ms. Nelson if we get her later. And in the meantime, go on to Shantia Hale.
Hello?
Hello.
Video works? Oh.
Yeah, we can see you. Thanks.
Hi. Hi. Am you can hear me?
We can. You're perfect. Go right ahead.
Okay, hi. I'm seeking a pardon because gosh, I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. I'm really nervous. I'm like forgetting what I want to say.
That's okay. It's pretty normal. Just take a deep breath and go ahead when you're ready.
I think I'm seeking a pardon because I was working at for the city, and then they wanted me to be a notary or public because they wanted me to get my notary, and I couldn't because when I did file, it said I had this on my record. So that's why I'm seeking a pardon. And this was from 2000. Oh, I forgot. 2000. Oh, I totally forgot. This was like 30 years ago.
You're talking about your offense that you're seeking a pardon for?
Offense. I'm seeking a pardon for it's like 30 years ago.
We've got it as 1995, if that helps.
95. That's right. Thank you. Not 2000. And yeah, so I've been since then though I didn't have any children then, but since then I've had 4 kids, and just being a mom, and working a lot, and taking care of my children and raising my children. And I haven't had any offenses since then. None since then. It was just being stupid and hanging around with the wrong people. I think I was 20 years old, 21. Yeah. I'm no longer at that job where I was looking to be the notary. So I since moved on, and I'm working now in logistics and accounting assistance. I got a degree, a certificate in accounting assistance in 2022. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Questions from the board? Eric.
Morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. I just had one question. I was curious. What made you pursue education in accounting?
When I had gotten a job at this with working with the city that I live in, I was doing the bills. I was in the position of the deputy clerk treasurer. And so I was doing the paying the bills and creating the water bills. And then I was like, I'm really not understanding what I'm doing and why, and it was just, we had a lot of turnover with like the city clerk, and they were like, Shantia, you should go for the deputy clerk. You're doing the bills already, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, okay. And so I was like, I need to know understand what I'm doing. So I decided to go for that accounting assistant job since I was kind of like doing that. And so yeah, that's why I decided to go for that, and it helped. It helped.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Reverend Hancock.
How are your kids doing?
My kids are doing wonderful. I have a 29-year-old. He has his bachelor's, I think, in digital marketing, and he's working for like he's accounts. He runs the accounts for the Star Tribune over in Minnesota. And then I have a daughter that's just got married. She's 28. She's had a couple different jobs, so don't ask me what she's doing now. And then I have a 25-year-old, Jordan, and he moved out to New Jersey to pursue his singing career. And then I have a 21-year-old who's at college now for I don't know what it's called.
Okay.
He changed his major.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Grumers?
So, Ms. Hale, applicants are strongly encouraged to submit letters of support. It's not required, but they are encouraged, and you didn't submit any letters of support. Is there a particular reason why you didn't do that?
No, I didn't. Oh, is that what's my when I filled out the application, they asked for that, I think, right?
Yes.
No?
Correct.
I don't know. I think because I lived in Kenosha. That's happened in Kenosha. So now I've been living in Stanley for 20 years now. And I don't know.
Right, and this is as much for the other people watching this as it is for you. It's always helpful to us to hear about people from other associates, co-employees, family members, whomever, that can tell us what kind of person you are today versus the person you were back when you committed the offense. So it isn't even about getting somebody from the same locality, but I understand your answer.
I apologize. My apologies. I didn't realize.
I have one other question. It looks like you still owe about $2,200 in restitution. Does that sound about right?
No,
You think you paid all the restitution?
I thought that had been all paid.
And because you paid it, or because your probation agent said you're off probation?
I thought because I paid it. I thought I had paid it.
Okay.
I mean, so I didn't even look into it.
Because it would have been about $2,000 that in order to make restitution for. And you think you paid that?
I thought for sure I paid it. I should look into it then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. Appreciate your time with the board, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, next up we have Micah Spruer. Mr. Spruer?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Well, good morning. And first off, I would like to say my offense was felony fleeing. I was 18 years old. I led the police on a high-speed chase for absolutely no reason at all. I had my sister's car and I didn't bring it back in time, so she reported it stolen. And not thinking, not knowing anything. I just did something so dumb that it led to this. I did 19 months. My jail time is a bad experience, so that's why I haven't went back. Since then, I've been working, taking care of my family, and I'm married now. I have 5 children, and I just been living a normal life, like I should, like you should. I'm a full-time dad. My wife's a stay-at-home mom, and I'm seeking this pardon for a better employment opportunity for myself and for my family.
Thank you, Mr. Spruer. Questions from the board? Judge Carms.
So, Mr. Spur, I've been asking this question to a number of people today, so you probably know what's coming. Applicants are strongly encouraged to submit letters of support with their application. It's not required, but it is encouraged. You didn't do that. Can you tell me why?
I mean, I don't know. I thought that, just me, period, would be enough. I mean, I have a lot of support, behind me with my mother, my stepfather, and my whole family.
Well, in fairness, though it isn't labeled as a letter of support, we do have a letter from the victim in this case, who was your sister?
Sister, yes.
That you took the car from, and she wrote a letter in support of you. So that's obviously very significant. I don't know if you know that she wrote a letter on your behalf.
No, I did not.
How does that make you feel?
That makes me feel good, because since then, our relationship has got a whole lot better. Even though she stays in Tennessee and I stay in Milwaukee, she comes here and visits. I see her, and it's all love.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Spruer, I just want to give you the opportunity to talk a little bit more about your life now. There were several questions on the application that ask applicants to kind of speak to that, what they've done since their conviction, and you left those blank. Is there anything that you can tell us that could answer those questions?
What I did since my conviction: stay out of trouble, raise my family. That's basically following the rules.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spruer. Any other questions from the board? All right, appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Lisa Malum. Ms. Malum?
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, I would like to thank you for allowing me to appear again. After my first hearing, the board noted the positive strides I had made, and I took that seriously. Looking back, I also realize I may not have expressed my responsibility as clearly as I should have. At that time, I placed some blame on the company instead of fully owning my decision to sign the document, which resulted in the felony charge of forgery uttering for obtaining a credit card without consent. My actions were my responsibility alone, and I regret that harm this caused the company as well as relationships I had ruined because of it. Since then, I have completed my sentence a year early, which included jail, probation, and restitution. I have had no police contact or incidents in the 23 years since my conviction, and have worked hard to live in a way that reflects what I have learned. I cannot change my past, but I carry it with me daily, and it has shaped me into someone who values honesty, service, and accountability. Since then, I've continued to build a stable, responsible life, which has included getting married to a man who stuck by my side through illness and loss, as well as obtaining an associate's degree, bachelor's degree, a diploma in medical coding, as well as welcoming 3 more grandchildren, 2 of which are autistic and 1 that we unfortunately lost. I've remained employed as a fraud investigator with Optum, and I'm working toward my AFI certification through NHCAA. I serve as secretary on my condo association board, and I advocate for autism awareness because 2 of my grandchildren are autistic by working with the school district to assist to help understand legal rights and understand their IEPs to assist my daughter. I also had the opportunity to donate a kidney after reading about a young boy in our community who desperately needed a transplant. I didn't do it for recognition. It was something I felt called to do. That experience reinforced the kind of person I strive to be, someone who shows up for others and contributes where, when, and however I can. I'm here today because I want to continue growing both professionally and personally. Professionally, I would like to become a Wisconsin notary as well as serve on my credentialing board. Personally, I would like to contribute to my town board. These are opportunities I cannot pursue with a felony conviction. A pardon would allow me to give back in a more meaningful way and continue building on the life I worked hard to create. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting myself. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
The district attorney in La Crosse County who reviewed your new application supports it. How does that make you feel?
Very humbled and appreciative for their service and the fact that he feels that I am rehabilitated to the fact that he feels that I would do justice by approving that.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Kremers.
Good morning. Couple of things. It looks like there are some money judgments filed against you in 2009 for $15,000 and 2012 for $17,000. Is that you?
No.
Okay. I mean, these records, CCAP is not always 100% accurate. People have, use other people's names or they have similar names. So
Yeah, we bought a house in 2019. So if I had any judgments, those would have came out with our house.
I would assume so.
Yes.
So I want to talk about last time you were here.
Yes.
And in your application,
Correct.
A reading of that would make it sound like you were using this credit card to buy office supplies that you somehow acknowledged you shouldn't have been doing, even though what you were buying, I'm paraphrasing what I got out of the last hearing with you. Even though what you were buying was being used for the business, you didn't have permission to do that or something. And so
It was a credit card application I did not have permission to obtain.
right. But what you use the credit card for is what got you in trouble, right? I mean, while you shouldn't apply for a credit card in somebody else's name or without authority to do that, if you don't ever use the credit card, there really isn't a crime there. But you used the credit card, and if I recall correctly, last time you were here, what you talked about is really you were using it for business things, and there was this dispute with the business owner and all of that, and you kind of got jammed up in that.
Correct.
So is that still your position, or what are you saying?
No, I'm taking full responsibility for all of it. I have gone through counseling and I have worked through the resolve of it, and it is I I have signed every single credit card receipt. I have acknowledged that from day one. I can't take that back. I purchased items for personal and business use. There is nothing I can deny with that, and I own that.
Because at least one of the things you use the credit card for is to fix your car, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And I did have permission for that from the office manager, so I don't know where the disconnect or the
So what did you use the credit card for that you didn't have permission for?
that I'm still in kind of a limbo on. So the office manager is my husband's cousin, and we have not had contact since that day. So I still don't know where the disconnect with that was, but I still don't know. I honestly still don't know. I still
You
don't
know what you used the credit card for that you didn't have permission to.
Correct. Because everything I really had permission for was for company use, and we used it for purchases for a Christmas party up to the tune of $5,000. So I still don't know what I did not have permission for. That was not for company use outside of my car.
Okay, and you were ordered to make restitution, yes?
Yes,
And did you make restitution?
I did to the credit card company, and the judge ordered it to the credit card company because that was one of the demands that I made, because that is who I felt was I felt the credit card company was the one that needed to be reimbursed rather than to the company itself.
And how much restitution did you pay?
$6,200.
Okay.
Roughly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Malm, just a couple from me, all kind of pertaining to the same sort of thing.
Okay.
It looks like there are a couple of domestic violence incidents from 1995 through maybe about 1998, including violating a temporary restraining order. It looks like that was dismissed, but could you just tell us a little bit about what was going on there?
I was going through a really horrific divorce. And so I lived in the same trailer court as my husband, or my husband and I lived in the trailer court along with the woman that he was cheating on me with. And I had just given birth to our second child. And he was working with the woman he was having an affair with. And we would run into each other. It ended up with a restraining order getting filed. We were trying to do a drop off, and things just got really heated. And ultimately those charges got filed. Yes, they got dropped, but we've managed to become friends after the fact. But yes, my divorce got very heated.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Right. Ms. Malm, thank you so much for your time today. I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have David Nash. Mr. Nash. Oh, you're still muted, Mr. Nash. We'll try prompting you and see if that helps.
Okay, good morning.
There we go.
Okay. Good morning, board. I'm here today to ask for a pardon because back in 1998, I had a very bad drug addiction, and it had me on drugs real bad that caused me to do a lot of my burglaries and stealing stuff to support my habit. I've been clean for 23 years now, haven't had any police contact. Been productive after I got out of jail for 18 months. And I got into a program called Big Step Program, trying to get back on the right track with my life. And it was a training school to help me get a job. So I completed that course. Fortunately, the job didn't happen, but I didn't give up on searching for jobs. Then I got a job with the city of Milwaukee, working with Housing Authority. I worked with them for many, many years. And then I left there and I went to another company called LSS, Lutheran Social Service, which I am back working there now. And I had retired at one point, then I went back to work. Now I'm back at the same company. They hired me back. So I'm just trying to get a pardon today on behalf of just trying to stay positive and keep my life going in a positive direction.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Nash. Questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Nash, how long have you been sober?
23. Well, actually, when I got out of the House of Correction. I've been sober ever since the day I stepped out. I think this was back in 2002 or since then, but 23 years, and it's still strong.
Okay. And how do you maintain your sobriety?
By working and staying away from people that I used to go around, and just staying positive and staying working.
Okay. And we have a letter from the victim of one of your burglaries.
Susan Nash.
Yeah. And she supports you getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
Oh, great, wonderful, wonderful. You know, because she was a part of my addiction. I was doing a lot of things to hurt her. And, you know, I really appreciate that she's stepped forward and she forgive me for, me being addicted to drugs like I was, and was putting her through a lot of pain.
And the judge in Milwaukee who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does the judge's support make you feel?
Oh, great. Yeah. Hey, it's doing my heart wonderful. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Nash, I think that you spoke to this, but I just missed the number. Tell us again how long you've been sober from drugs?
23 years and still strong.
Thank you. Congratulations on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so thank you so much for your time, Mr. Nash. Appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your Friday.
Oh, you too.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Ronald Balgord. Mr. Balgord?
Yes, are you there?
Yes.
Hello. My name is Ron Balgord. As of the battery charge, I was protecting a friend's sister who was being threatened by this person. I did not know he was a minor, 17, I believe. The fight pursued. I received a felony charge. The other charges were 3 burglaries. I was a young, stupid, and hang out with the wrong crowd. As a group, we broke into places. I went to jail for 3 years, 5 months probation. I let down a lot of people. I promised my family I would never be in that position again. My aunt renewed me in faith in God. I attended her church for many years. I worked as a sign installer. I found out I have lupus. It was very difficult to work. I was granted Social Security disability. My mom got cancer and I took care of her so she could pass away at home with the family. I help out with horses at a local farm as a way to give back and stay busy as long as my body allows. I have raised 2 daughters. My youngest is 14 and the oldest is 33. Oldest graduated from college. The 14 is a student in choir. I am very involved in both their lives. I got married in 2023. I want to help out more financially for my new wife and stepson, as well as my daughter. I've been denied work for DoorDash, Amazon, Uber Eats, Walmart Spark due to my felony charges. These would allow me to work when I am physically able to do so, as I cannot work at a regular pace due to my disability. The charges were over 30 years ago. I changed my life when in prison. I have been a law-abiding citizen ever since, with no police contact. I also got a certificate in anger management, job search and success, and criminal thinking jail. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Ballgard. Before we open for questions, I just want to clarify one thing. You started by speaking about your assault charge, punching someone. Yeah. Our records show that as a misdemeanor, so it wouldn't be eligible for a pardon, but it also would mean that it's not a felony that counts against you. Is it your understanding that that was a misdemeanor?
No, that's my main charge, the battery felony.
So we have it as it was originally charged as a felony, but was dropped to a misdemeanor, like looking at your judgment of conviction.
That's the main one I always get when I apply for work or something. That's the one that comes up as felony battery or whatever. Or I don't know. So I'm confused.
Okay. It might be showing up wrong in some records, so we can take another look at it, and if it is in fact a misdemeanor, maybe there's some other stuff that you could do to clarify that. But I think we might have some other questions for you as well about your other charges, so I'll open it up to the rest of the board. Jerry.
The judge in Jefferson County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
That feels great. I appreciate it very much. And to get this lifted off of my shoulders really means a lot to me. It's been there a long time.
And one other question, and this may have changed since you put your application in, but you said that because of your felony record, you and your wife can't live in the same place?
Yeah, I was denied at her apartment complex due to the felony battery.
Yeah.
And we ended up remodeling my parents' house that I got after her passing. So we live there now. But I got denied at her complex because of the battery charge.
Wow. Even though you were married?
Right. And I owned a house. So yeah.
Okay.
If we were going to sell the house, but yeah.
Other questions from the board? Okay. I think that covers them, Mr. Ballgard. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yeah, thank you. And let's look into that battery. That's the main one.
Yeah, we'll be in touch about that and see what we can do. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Next up, we have Christy Fields. Ms. Fields.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm a 46-year-old woman, a homeowner, a business owner. I'm here to request a pardon of my conviction from 23 years ago. I want to be direct. I was party to a check scheme. I know the money wasn't available and I participated anyway. I take full responsibility for the failures of integrity. I have spent exactly half of my life, the last 23 years, proving that I am defined by my service, not that mistake. Service has always been my first love. For 27 years, I have served as a certified nursing assistant. I have spent nearly 3 decades caring for elderly memory care patients and working in brain trauma units. This work is physically and emotionally demanding, but it is deeply rewarding. It has taught me that no matter the history, everyone deserves dignity and care. Even while navigating 5 years of probation, I remained dedicated to my patients and eventually became the only defendant in my case to pay back 100% of my restitution. I have also earned the public trust through years of hard labor. I held a CDL license for years, driving for Madison Metro as a city bus driver, Badger Bus as a coach driver, and a school bus driver, Waste Management as a roll-off driver. I have helped build the infrastructure of the state of Tennessee, delivering concrete for their bridges and airports and runways. My work history is a decade record of reliable and consistent. Today, my life is dedicated to building up others in Wisconsin. I held a level 3 foster care license. The state has already entrusted me with the safety of children in the system. I rehabbed a duplex through Axe Housing, where I now live and provide stable housing for individuals re-entering the community. I co-founded, not from experience, I teach a 12-module curriculum on childhood trauma, building healthy relationships, arrested development, etc. I use my experience in healthcare in my own journey to help others break the cycle of incarceration. I'm currently partnering with Lunar Local 113 to help our participants enter living wages through union careers. I'm asking for this pardon today so that I may qualify for the grants and state contracts needed to grow my organization and my construction company, First Call Demoholics. At 46, I am not the person I was at 23. I am a caregiver, a mother, and a leader. I ask that you grant this pardon so that my record finally reflects the woman I have spent the last 23 years becoming. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Fields, several questions. First of all, the judge and the DA in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application support your getting a pardon. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel whole in a sense. It makes me feel like that the time has passed and that I'm not that person that committed that crime, and I'm very I have a lot of sympathy for that credit union that I frauded. I know that took away a lot of trust from other people that did want to do the right thing, and it just makes me feel good that they agreed.
And one of the reasons you gave for committing these forgeries was to support your kids. How are your kids doing now?
My kids are all grown. All are doing wonderful. A couple of them have kids, and I definitely can report that they are productive individuals of society. My oldest daughter, she went to college, and I followed her to Nashville, Tennessee, because I was being a clingy mother. But I went there. I moved back home here to Wisconsin, and she's back home. So I did all that for nothing. She lives here, and I'm very proud of my kids.
Good, thank you.
Judge Kremers, did you have a question as well?
I do. How much restitution did you pay here?
About $8,000.
And when did you pay that?
It was paid off in 2000 and I want to say 2022 when I got the last payment of the letter that was paid off.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Fields, just one from me. It looks like based on our records that you filed for bankruptcy a couple of times, most recently in 2019. Is that correct? Okay, but you paid that restitution. It wasn't discharged in bankruptcy.
No, it wasn't discharged in bankruptcy. I had paid that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate your time, Ms. Fields, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
All right, and we will do one more call for Shannon Nelson. Ms. Nelson. Okay, I do not see Ms. Nelson in the Zoom. So that was our last applicant of the morning session, and at this point, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, C, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board and considering specific applications, specific financial, medical, and social histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Seconded by Jerry. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries, and board members will ask for just a moment to get everyone back to the waiting room and get our live stream stopped. Welcome everybody. If you're just joining us from the Zoom waiting room, we're going to give everyone a minute to get in and get connected, and we'll start very shortly.
All right.
All right, if you're just joining us, we're just going to give everyone a minute to get in and get connected, get our live stream going, and we'll get started very shortly.
How come I can't get my video on?
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm the governor's chief legal counsel and the chair of his pardon advisory board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, go through a little bit of housekeeping about how today's hearing will run, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is AG Call's nominee to the board. Judge Kremers served as Milwaukee County Circuit Court judge for 26 years, including as chief judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And finally, we have board member Professor Eric Liberator, who teaches paralegal students from around the world in the University of Cincinnati's online program. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin, focused on public benefits eligibility, and in the governor's office. So a couple things about how today's hearing will work. Please keep in mind that this is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we're going to ask you to turn your cameras off and keep yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will let us focus on the person who's presenting and make sure that we have good audio quality. If you run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone from staff will give you a call and help you troubleshoot. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom's not cooperating when it's your turn, we can absolutely do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice, and each person will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those are to please give us 1, a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence. Community involvement, employment, essentially how your life is different now than the time of your offense. And third, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes on those questions, we'll open it up to any other questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way. If we do or don't have follow-up questions for you, keep in mind there's a lot of info in your applications and we've spent a lot of time with those before today's hearing. If we do have questions though, we want to make sure that we get to those so that we can make thorough recommendations to the governor. Once you're done with any follow-up questions, you're welcome to sign off. You don't need to stay in the Zoom. And then once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded on to the governor, who will then make a final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing in about 1 to 2 months from today. So we know you've been really patient just to get to the hearing, but we thank you for giving us just a little bit more time so we can make those recommendations to the governor. With that, we're ready to get started. Our first applicant for the afternoon is rescheduled from the morning session and is Zachary Broadhead. Mr. Broadhead? Okay, I don't see Mr. Broadhead in the Zoom. Mr. Broadhead, if you can hear us, just go ahead and interrupt if you're here and we can go to you. Otherwise, in the meantime, we will go with Christina Benet. Miss Benet?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so the crime that was committed was, I'm here to pardon, is party to a crime, forgery. I was convicted in October of 2006. It was some bad checks that were written that was stolen from someone else. I was going through a hard time. Recently, I lost my mother, who was partially helping support me. Again, working part-time, I was a single parent. I was helping my little brother who was struggling with an alcohol addiction. I was also assisting a friend's family member who had a sister and a child who was going through some abusive things in the home, which later on they ended up giving me partial or temporary custody of those children while I was going through this court hearing and whatnot. So I guess they deemed that household unfit for the children to be there, so they gave them to me. So I was, like I said, financially struggling, and that what I thought at that time was an opportunity was presented to me. Made some very poor decisions and chose to write those bad checks to kind of help finance to help take care of the kids, get clothes, get food, stuff like that throughout for the household, to help take care of the kids and also my child. Again, making a very poor decision. I was given 3 years probation, which I completed successfully and without any incident. And I feel like I deserve the pardon because it's been 20 years. I have held a job. Well, in that time, I received my CNA, I received my GED. I now currently run a successful small cake business. I'm a cake baker and decorator. I have held managerial positions in healthcare. I've been in healthcare for the last 17 years. And there's been some issues here and there, but with being hired, but for the most part, I've been able to hold the CNA position throughout those years, and feel like I do a pretty good job as being that CNA. There hasn't been too many people that have denied me when I do apply, but it's still just to have the felony on my background, you leave yourself for questions of, what is it about? And so just they need to still ask the questions in black and white. But again, like I said, I feel like I need the pardon just to have that part of my life be done and over with. I'm a new person. I've grown since then. I've stayed out of trouble. I think I've gotten a couple speeding tickets. So again, have had a couple more children, teaching them that that's not okay. They know I'm an open book for them. So moved on from that part and just have grown again.
Thank you, Ms. Benet. We'll open it up for questions from the board. Eric.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking the time to talk with us today.
Thank you.
On the application, you checked no, that you had not paid the full amount of restitution. Could you clarify the status of that?
No, I haven't yet. It's been, with me being a single parent, just kind of moving around a little bit, I have had some struggles since my mother's passed, just trying to get it together. And, I'm not making an excuse for anything at all, but I do need to take that time and actually pay for that. But like I said, I've been a single parent just trying to make it work. But yeah, I have not, and I do need to get on top of that, to be honest.
Are you on any type of payment plan currently?
No, but I have been considering that. I'm trying to get my debt together as of this year. I just actually got a vehicle because I was out of a vehicle for a while. I was on public transportation for a long time. So I actually just was able to get a vehicle so I can have a steady job and whatnot. So I'm able to go ahead and now start working on debt. And that is definitely one of the main things that I plan to start working on.
All right. Related follow-up with this, if you could just comment on what you think the impact of this offense might have been on the victims, and in light of the fact, the restitution is outstanding.
The impact on them, of course, I mean, it made a big impact, though, I wasn't the one to actually do the act of taking the checks from them. I still did the act of, you know, I guess in a sense, I stole from them, you know, financially. It still wasn't a good, I mean, their trust issues are horrible, of course, from that, you know, like I said, I don't minimize my part in it, because I could have said no. I could have made a different decision, you know. So you know, I did have to give an apology to all of the victims in the courtroom at that time, which I did. I had a written out statement that I had given to them. So and with not paying the restitution, I honestly can't give an honest answer. Like I said, with me struggling, I have been on and off of financial assistance throughout the state, back and forth. Like I said, just, you know, with being a single parent and whatnot, trying to get it together. So, you know, it's been hard. I've been trying to get it together, but now finally, like I said, with this, finally getting my business going and up and running, and finally getting a stable job with the vehicle. Now that's something I can actually, and I know it's been a long time, but you know, it's not an excuse, but you know, now I'm able to actually get into a place where I'm able to still be able to feed my children now. And like I said, clean my debt.
All right. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Nay, I just had one question for you. You mentioned some traffic tickets. It is unclear to me from our records if one of them was an OWI. Do you have any OWIs?
Yes, ma'am. From 2009.
Okay, just the one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think that covers it from us then. I appreciate your time with the board, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant this afternoon is Theodore Clark II. Mr. Clark?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me, or thanks for hearing me. So I committed my crime in the year 2000. I had just graduated high school, off to college up in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. I kind of got involved with the wrong group, and not dismissing the fact and any, you know, downplaying my involvement at all. I had a fake ID. Some checks were stolen from students at the college, my college and another college close by, Ripon College. And I wrote those checks out to the fake ID name, and then cashed said checks. I did 6 months in the county jail, and 2.5 years probation. While in jail during that 6 months, I helped some other inmates actually achieve or gain their GEDs. You know, I was kind of proud of that. I was happy for those guys. I was going to school for secondary education, so that kind of fell in line with the plans I had for life. Due to this felony conviction, though, those plans kind of got, you know, altered. No longer to become a teacher with a felony. Since then, I have received my associate's degree in accounting, which only to learn that, you know, you can't become an accountant, especially if you got a forgery or financial crimes. So that probably wasn't the smartest route to take. I did hold, you know, a couple AR, AP positions with this degree, although I'm not able to get that CPA certification with a felony conviction. I have started a family. I've been married for 8 years. I have, actually, I'm sorry, what is this? 9 years. I have 2 daughters, 7 and 11. I have held quite a few jobs. Most recently was Johnson Controls. I had been there for 8 years. I suffered a mass layoff back in 2024, but then they called me back 2025. I have been a productive citizen, involved in my community when I can. I have recently moved to Georgia, so I'm no longer in Wisconsin. And I believe that having this felony conviction on my record, it really hinders my advancement, right? It closes a lot of doors, or I should say, it leaves a lot of doors closed because of it. I believe I'm an intelligent individual, built for great things, and I'd just like to, 26 years later, I'd like to put this behind me. It's ironic that I received an email from my children's school board that they're actually looking for educators. That would be great if I could still pursue that career path. Hopefully, I believe that answered all 3 questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Clark. We'll open it up to other questions the board may have for you.
Sure.
Judge Garmers.
Good afternoon, sir. Got a couple.
Good afternoon.
First of all, restitution did you pay as a result of this?
I did, yes, sir.
I said, how much did you pay?
I'm not aware. It was paid in full though before I got off of probation. I'm not sure the dollar amount though.
And then my second question is, the application strongly encourages, it's not required, but strongly encourages applicants to submit letters of support from family or coworkers or community members and so forth. But you didn't submit any letters of support. Can you tell me why not?
Actually, other than the gosh, what is it? The recommendations from, I think, the government officials, or like, I think I had to send these letters up to Fond du Lac for like clerk of courts or the judge, the trying judge or something like this. But as far as I just had no one to come to bat for me, unfortunately.
How long have you worked at Johnson Controls?
It had been 8 years and 24, and they laid me off, and I started back in 2025. So altogether, going on 10 years.
All right. That's my question. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Clark? Reverend Hancock.
You had a full scholarship to Marian, right?
It was a partial scholarship. I was given $10,000 a year, so that left roughly another $8,000 to $10,000 that I had to pay myself.
Okay, so Marian really was good to you and wanted you to come.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you repaid that invitation and trust by stealing from other students?
I hate to admit that kind of sums it up. Yeah, I mean, yes, sir.
How do you feel about that?
I feel horrible about it. I use this experience as a teaching lesson for my own daughters, and not to take away from the crimes that I committed, but to also, choose, not only choose your friends wisely, but don't get in trouble for others. And I should say, back, in growing up, it was kind of a, you get caught, you do the time, you pay the punishment, you don't tell on other people, right? But in this instance, I suffered the consequences for not mentioning any other names, and you know, again, to answer your question, I feel bad about it every day.
Were there the people that you were involved with, were they also students at Marian?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board for Mr. Clark? All right. Thank you, Mr. Clark. I think that covers it then. I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thanks, you as well. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I have one question, please, Mel.
Yeah, Mr. Clark, if we can keep you.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Our records show there was a 2008 arrest for misdemeanor credit card theft that was dismissed. What was that all about?
2008 credit card theft.
Well, it says arrest for misdemeanor credit card theft by acquisition.
I believe that was a time I was working cleaning, and there was some involvement with some employees that I ultimately was not involved with.
Okay. And in 2006, a misdemeanor battery that was dismissed. Did you get in a fight?
I may have gotten in a fight, sir, but you know, like it says there, I guess it's dismissed. So it's really great for me. Again, it may have been a wrong place, wrong time, and I ultimately don't remember.
Okay. And in the same year, 2006, a child support charge?
Again, my kids weren't born until 2014.
Okay.
So it was
okay. It's not always accurate. So
yeah.
Thanks to that.
No problem, sir. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, bye-bye again.
Next up, we have Carrie Laffin. Ms. Laffin?
Yes. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
We can. Yep, you can go right ahead. Yeah.
Oh, hi. My name is Carrie Lathan. I think my incident occurred, I want to say 207-2009, but I believe I was convicted in 2009 for misappropriate use of ID. Back then I was with 3 kids, no support whatsoever. At the time I was doing like little petty theft, like clothes, food for the kids, little retail thefts like that. Someone presented me like, well, you know, we can get you a little more money, help you pay your bills and clothes. My kids didn't have no shoes, no nothing. My mother was on drugs. My dad passed away. I was taking care of me and my sister were literally only 5 years apart. I had her, my mom just had my brother. She left him with me. I was like 19 with all these kids. But back then, so I had my own 3 kids. No support, no whatsoever. The situation I did do, I hate that it happened, not knowing the affected, but I don't believe that the situation, the incident, okay, so the ID that the young lady had gave me, I have no idea who it was, or I just was supposed to get the ID, put my face on it. Like no transactions never happened. It just happened that I had the ID. I did go get the ID with the name, but no money or nothing or checks or nothing on my end was wrote or anything. I just got the ID and ended up getting caught basically. And back then it was hard. It's hard. Now the woman that sit before y'all now is nowhere near that lady. Nowhere near. I was young, dumb, and just so gullible, just trying to feed my kids and myself at the time, just keeping my head above water. I did receive my CNAs. Ever since the incident, I have worked nonstop. I never touched nothing else. I've been taking care of my kids day one by myself. And now actually my kids are grown. I have 3 grandkids and I also have a 10-year-old. And I really, 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 really just apologize. Like, I never want my kids to be in this situation. I never want them to be a felony. Like, I grew from this. I learned my lesson. And I just feel like I'm ready to do better. I want to get back in nursing school, but this is like hindering me. Like, I know I am a good part of the community. I'm not a bad person at all. Mistakes happen. Yes, I wish it didn't happen, but it happened. Life was life and back then. Now I am in a better space, been in a better space. Never look back. I never let my background like define me. I always had employment. Yes, I get doors shut, but one open, one closed. Once I got my CNAs, I got my GED, I got my driver's license. Not getting pulled over without license no more. I did all that. I just been on the right path from day one. My daughter's 10 and I have 3 grandkids. So it's like I look at them like I never want to leave y'all. I never want to put y'all in the position I put y'all parents in. And I just really want to go to nursing school. I really, really want to go to nursing school. And like the woman I'm here right now is nowhere near the woman I was back then. Well, I'm gonna say the little girl I was back then. And did I answer everybody's question? I'm so nervous, y'all. Oh my God.
That's okay, Ms. Lathan. We get that a lot. It's a difficult forum, but I think you covered most of it. Why don't we open it up and see if anyone has follow-up questions for you? Jerry. Oh, Jerry, you're on mute.
Mm-hmm.
You said you were motivated to get involved in all this, to care for your kids. How are they doing now?
They're doing good. My daughter, they're 28, 27, and 25. My daughter also took the path. She's also a traveling nurse right now. She has no kids. My son, both of them have children. They're both doing great. One just got his CDLs. My older son got his CDLs. So he's driving. My younger son, he had his first kid at 15. So it was a struggle with that, but we got through that. Now he's at steady employment. He's also got his license. He went back for his GED. So all 3 of the kids are doing awesome.
Good, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Lathan, one from me. It looks like in 2017, there was a harassment restraining order filed against you. I know you talked about it a little bit in your application. My question, because you say you never met this person. My question is, did you go to court?
Yeah, I never, it was my brother, my little brother was staying with me. He was young, meeting girls online, going on dates. I'm at work 24/7. He having people at my house. Like I had to literally put him out for this. So the car he was driving, she thought was his, was mine. She ended up busting my windows out thinking it was his car. So I'm like, what is going on? So him and the girl he was dating at the time went over there, bust her windows out in my car. So apparently she thought it was me because it was my car. And I never seen the girl a day in my life. So it was all on my brother. Like he was bringing people to my house. Like I'm like, I got a what charge? I got a restraining order, a person I never ever seen a day in my life. So that's how that incident went. Like, yeah, that wasn't, I don't even know how that went. Like it wasn't me. I wasn't there. I was at work. It was my little brother incident. Messing with all these little girls. I had them in and out of my house. That's why I said I had it rough. I ended up with him living with me. I'm at work, he driving my car, thinking he was watching the kids. He over everybody's house. So I don't know how that situation went, but she ended up busting my car and windows out, thinking it was my brother's car. They retaliated. So of course my license plate was at the scene. So they filed charges on me, but I wasn't even there. The courts, I wasn't there at all.
Okay. Okay, understood. Thank you, Ms. Lathan. Judge Cremers.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you tell me how your probation went?
Excellent. When I got on probation, I didn't do anything. She told me to get a job. She told me to do the financial programs. I did all that. It been so long ago, like my brain ain't really like remember everything, but I had no problems on probation whatsoever. And I think I had a little restitution. I'm not for sure, but I don't owe any restitution or anything.
Because according to our records, your probation was revoked in 2008. Did you get revoked?
No, I did my probation. I signed, yeah.
You didn't get revoked and go to jail?
In 2008?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got sentenced in 2007. Yes, I did go back to jail in 2008, but got right back out. I had to sign some more rules.
And what was the problem?
That didn't find a job at the time again and went back to the store. I think it was Kmart at the time and caught another retail theft.
No. So you got revoked for committing another retail theft.
I believe, yeah, I think that's what it was, a retail theft, if I'm not mistaken, because I really don't do no hard crimes. It was always, my crimes was occurring for my kids. So if it was a revocation, it had to be like another one of those situations.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thanks, Ms. Lathan. I think that covers it then.
Oh, actually, my revoke was driving without a license. It wasn't another retail theft. I'm sorry.
Okay, driving
I
without a
got
license.
pulled over. I'm sorry. Yep, I'm sorry. It wasn't that. I remember I got pulled over without a license.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, then thank you, Ms. Lathan. I appreciate it and hope that you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jake Llewellyn. Mr. Llewellyn?
Hang up.
Hi, thank you for taking time to hear me this afternoon. When I was younger, I had just started a new job and I got arrested. On the way to jail, I asked the officer to stop so I could use the restroom. And I had made my mind up that I was not going to go to jail that night because with just starting a new job, I didn't have any contact information or anything like that of the employer. So I wanted to go to work the next morning to let him know what was going on. So that's what I did. At the time, not thinking of the consequences, had full intentions of, after letting him know what was going on, to contact my probation officer and let her know where I was and turn myself in at that point. I didn't get to do that because I got done with work, and when I arrived home from work, the officer was waiting for me. So just young, foolish actions is what kind of landed me where I am, where I was at the time. While I was on probation, I mean, it was a big eye-opening experience for me. I had a lot of time to think about things not to do, think about things that I did, that were not in the best interest of myself or others. So while I was in jail, I had to get my GED. So I completed that, and just kind of really used it as a turning point in my life, so to speak. When I got out of jail, I decided that wasn't the path that I wanted to go down anymore. So became a better person. And then since that, I've got my CDL. I've always held steady employment, usually in the trucking industry of one sort or another, whether it be sanitation or over the road trucking or whatever that might be. Always really took pride in what I've done work wise. I've brought a daughter into my life. She's 14 now. Very, very important part of my life. Very active in sports, that sort of thing. She reassured me that I was doing the right things in life, going down the better path than what I was doing before. I mean, she's always been there to cheer me on. I've always been there to cheer her on. So, yeah, I mean, she's active in all these sports and everything. I try to pitch in and help, with the summer rec programs, and stuff like that, help set up for practices and whatever that might be here and there, whatever. And I guess just, couple of the main reasons why I'm wanting to get a pardon is my daughter. You know, she likes to travel. She likes to see things. You know, we've taken vacations, you know, in state or within the United States or whatever, nothing outside of the United States. But I would like to, you know, be able to take her to Canada or, you know, out of the United States if, you know, if the opportunity is there for vacation. My employment has not yet been a burden, but some of the loading facilities or ports or some of these other stuff require a TWIC card, and part of the TWIC card you have to go through a background check, and you cannot get a TWIC card if you have a pardon. I don't know what exactly a TWIC card is. I don't know what TWIC card even stands for, but I do know you need one to get into some of these loading facilities. And, you know, again, if I were to haul freight up into Canada or, you know, anywhere else, I just don't want this to become an issue. So I guess that's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn. Questions from the board? All right, I don't think I have any for you, Mr. Llewellyn, so I don't see any hands. I think that covered it all. Thank you for your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Next up, we have Andrew Barsamian. Mr. Barsamian.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Barnes and gentlemen of the Pardon Advisory Board. On September 16th, 1991, I was sentenced to 10 years probation, 6 months incarceration after pleading no contest to a Class C felony burglary. During my probation, I had 0 violations, received an associate's degree from Chippewa Valley Technical College, and went on to start 2 businesses. I was released from probation on September 12, 2001 with 0 violations. Since my mistakes 34 years ago, I've had no arrest, infractions, or negative contact with law enforcement other than a couple of traffic violations. I fully acknowledge the gravity of my past actions and deeply regret the harm I've caused. Since my infractions, I've been on 5 mission trips to Ethiopia. 3 of them is 3 of the trips I was leading church groups in the missions field. I've been involved in starting multiple programs that are currently operating in Ethiopia, one of which started the orphanage that my oldest son was adopted from. I've been awarded the Community Awareness Award from Love the Hungry here in Louisville for raising awareness to the mission of feeding poor families locally and internationally. I volunteered as a team lead with the Wayside Christian Ministries for our Thanksgiving and Christmas homeless outreach. My most cherished accomplishment since my infraction is being a husband to Tanya for 17 years and a father of 2 wonderful sons. Alazar, who's been promoted to a platoon sergeant in the U.S. Army, and my younger son, John, who just turned 15, is in his junior year of college pursuing an MBA while running his numismatic business. Over time, I've worked diligently to make amends and demonstrate personal growth, committing myself to positive contributions to my community and embracing the values of responsibility and accountability. With my sentence has long since been served and restitution long since been paid, I humbly ask that you would support my petition for a pardon. Granting me a pardon would allow me to write a new chapter in my life, a meaningful example of redemption, hope for others facing similar circumstances. I'm humbly asking for your compassion and understanding as you review my request today. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Judge Kremers.
Did you just say that your 15-year-old son is in college?
Yes, sir. Yes. At 12 years old, he scored a 22 on the ACT. He's my wife and I chuckle. We were kind of C students, and he's kind of a freak of nature with that. But yes, he's in his junior year of college at 15 years old.
Oh, good for him. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Reverend Hancock.
Yeah, how did you get involved in Ethiopia in the first place?
My church originally in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. My minister there, who brought me to faith and brought me to Christ, had a passion for international missions, and he chose Ethiopia, and I jumped on board with him from the get-go. Being able to bring some unique talents to the table with some marketing and fundraising abilities. We started Kingdom Vision International in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia.
Wow. Wow. Okay. And have you continued that in Kentucky?
Yes.
Or is it all through Eau Claire still?
The Kingdom Vision International is now sponsored by a church here in Kentucky. The church in Eau Claire, I've been in Louisville for 15 years. So we haven't been part of our church in Eau Claire. We're part of the Southeast Church down here in Louisville now. So yeah, I still have an active role. I still consult with the director of Kingdom Vision International, Iyab Koab. Still communicate with him, on a monthly basis, offering advice and fundraising opportunities when I can help him out.
Great. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Barsamian. I think that covers it from us. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Next up, we have Amanda Clark. It's Clark.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Amanda Clark. Thank you all for your time today and the opportunity to speak with you. In 2008, I was convicted of felony forgery and uttering. When I committed the crime, I was on probation at the time for, I believe, like misdemeanor fleeing. I was in college for human services, and I was also working full-time at a place called Foster Youth Care Independent Center, working with individuals aging out of foster care, helping them obtain home or housing and like their vital records and things like that. My mother had fell ill. She had to get a hysterectomy and will be out of work for several months and was facing eviction and disconnection of her We Energy services. A person who I thought was a friend of mine had provided me the check that I forged and I cashed to use the funds to help my mom. The offense involved financial misconduct during a period of my life marked by poor judgment and instability. I accept and have accepted full responsibility for my actions and complied fully with the court process. I was sentenced to 18 months of probation. Like I said, I was on probation at the time, so I had the same probation officer. She did not play games with me. She made sure that I was in the anger management, whatever psych classes I had to go through. I had to do everything by the book this time, and I did not mess that up again. I've completed all conditions of my sentencing, including criminal thinking, cognitive thinking programming, maintaining employment or schooling, as well as the required supervision and financial obligations without further incident. I did not complete school because of that felony. I felt like I would never find a job in the human services, working with people's records. And so since my 2008 conviction, I have demonstrated professional and personal growth through long-term employment, community leadership, and sustained volunteer service here in Milwaukee. From 2009 to 2018, I worked in miscellaneous warehouse jobs in order to provide for myself. In 2018, I joined Public Allies at Community Advocates Public Policy Institute as the 5-through-206 Drug-Free Community Associate. And upon my completion of that 10-month program, I was hired on at that organization as the 5-through-206 Drug-Free Communities Coordinator, where I supported policy-informed, community-led initiatives and supported families in the community I grew up in 5-through-206. I then joined the Dominican Center as their youth organizer and later transitioned into the role of housing coordinator in 2022, a position I've held for several years, supporting housing stability for families. Up until February 3rd, I was just promoted to the housing and outreach manager, and I'm super excited about this opportunity with that. I have been acknowledged by the mayor for my work and efforts around housing in and of my neighborhood. In addition to my professional work, I did volunteer with Pathfinders for the last 7 years, assisting in a drop-in center and supporting vulnerable youth. Throughout this time, I have remained committed to service, accountability, and giving back to my community using my lived experience for advocacy, mentorship, and equity-centered work. I have most recently been appointed as the chair of the City of Milwaukee's Anti-Illegal Dumping Research and Policy Committee, where I hope to continue serving the community that I love. I respectfully, humbly beg and request consideration for a pardon based on a significant rehabilitation, stability, and the service I have demonstrated since my 2008 conviction. I accept all responsibility for my actions, successfully completed all sentencing requirements, and have since built a sustained record of lawful behavior, professional achievement, and community service here in Milwaukee. A pardon would acknowledge this long-term transformation, remove barriers that limit my ability to fully contribute, and allow my record to reflect the person I have proven myself to be through the years of accountability and service. And one of my goals is also to run for alderperson in my neighborhood in which I live, and I'm in the process of purchasing my home. And I just want to be a positive person in the city of Milwaukee. I have caused harm in my younger years, and even up into my adult years. I've learned my lesson from everything that I've done and been through, and I just need another chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I'll open up to other questions from the board. Judge Kremers.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to debate you in a political campaign. I'm not sure I could keep up with you. I mean that as a compliment.
Try.
You
You can
packed
try.
a lot of information in a short amount of time. Thank you for that. What is the Dominican Center?
Dominican Center is a neighborhood-based organization. It's located on 24th and Locust. We cover the Amani neighborhood, which is from 20th to 30th, from North Avenue to Keith. It's like in the heart of 53206, where it's poverty-stricken, low education level. A lot of people don't own homes. And that's just my goal, is to just try to give back and help revitalize and rebuild that community, be a part of it.
It's not affiliated with Dominican High School or the Dominican Sisters.
It is. It was started by the Dominican Sisters.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I know what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Other questions? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Clark.
Yes, sir.
Your great volunteer and professional work has all been in 53206, right?
Kind of. I live currently in 53212. I started a block club in my neighborhood. I'm the president of the neighborhood watch as well. That's how I got started with the city of Milwaukee and this anti-illegal dumping, because I'm one of the people that's always calling or reporting it, using my cameras to report the illegal dumping or whatever crimes happen in my neighborhood. So
but your work is in 53206, right?
Yes, sir.
And that is the most criminal justice impacted zip code in the country, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you for your work.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Clark, there's just one thing I want to ask you about from 2006. This is before your offense here. I think you would have been about 21 at the time. There's a little cluster of things that show up that look like they were dismissed, but like a disorderly conduct, like a curfew violation thing. There are a couple of things. Can you just tell us a little bit about what was happening there?
So that was in 2006, that's when I was convicted and on probation. All of those, like the curfew and all that, I was well above age to be outside. So that stuff was all in my juvenile years, and it all had came up because I never got caught for it up until I got caught for that offense. And then everything came up and all that stuff was dismissed, and they just hit me with the fleeing charge.
Got it. Okay. I see. I was a little confused by the age thing. That makes sense. And then I know a couple of folks have commented on your community service, but I just wanted to say that an article that we found from Milwaukee Neighborhood News Service that talks about how you help people that also have felonies find housing. I just want to say thank you for that work. We hear so many people before the board that struggle with getting safe and affordable housing. And I know that that must be really impactful to the community. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. I don't see any other questions. So thank you for your time, Ms. Clark, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You as well. You all be safe and have a good weekend.
Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Lynn Gercht. Ms. Gercht.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I wanted to make sure. My name is Lynn Gerch. My offense was in 1995 for public assistant fraud. I was 24 years old at the time that I received this felony. I was young and dumb and naive when I received it. I take full responsibility. I was with a gentleman that I had children with, and he gave me checks every so often to take care of his children. We weren't together at the time, and I didn't report it to the state. And I ended up with 5 years probation. At the last year and a half, I got put on phone probation for my probation officer. I went through 2 years, almost 2 years of counseling through Kettle Moraine, and I've come a long way since then. I have 5 children plus 2 because I took in 2 boys that were in bad homes. They came to live with me and raised them. All my children have since graduated and either have gone into the service or gone on to college. They're all successful. They know about my felony. They always tell me to try and further my education now. In 1997, I got my GED. I started going towards working with the elderly. In 2008, I was a mentor at Kettle Moraine Gardens, where I took care of the elderly, and I would train new people to come in and care for them. In 2009, I started the online schooling, graduated 2 years later with my associate's degree in criminal justice. I wanted to further my career to help children. I have 10 grandkids, one of them that had gone through a really bad situation to where I helped him through it and still do. I volunteer at his school in his classroom as much as possible when I'm not at work. Fridays I don't work, so I usually go out and try and help. Wintertime, go shovel elderly that I know their driveways or their sidewalks, or do their grocery shopping for them, help them out as much as I can. I have anytime that I've needed to go to, I had a bad past, and I don't blame that for the decisions that I made. But if something does come up, I go back to my counselor and I do talk it out with him. I haven't made bad decisions basically since then, and I would like to continue my schooling, to go on to school to help elderly go get into nursing or help with children and help them. It's more troubled children that I want to work with, to help them through a process to succeed in life and not make bad decisions.
Thank you, Ms. Gertsch. We'll open up for questions from the board. Judge Cremers.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. I have several questions. First of all, this offense, the felony that you're seeking a pardon for, was 1993. In 2006, you were convicted of a disorderly conduct. What was that about?
When I was in an abusive relationship, I left it. I went to obtain a restraining order against the gentleman, and they put a restraining order. It was all that we put restraining orders against each other, and the judge thought it would be the best to do it that way. I was at work. My daughter was going through a bad surgery. She used my phone to call him. And when they came to the house and asked if I had my phone, I did have my phone. But I got put under arrest for my daughter calling him. I took responsibility for it because she's underage. She was close to him. I didn't want to upset her. But once after it happened, I did explain to her she could not do it again.
Okay, so then in 2009, 3 years later, you got another disorderly conduct conviction. What was that for?
That would have been with an argument with my ex-boyfriend. Non-physical, nothing. It was loud. The neighbor called the police. We left. We both ended up with fines.
Okay, then in 2022, you had an unemployment compensation benefit warrant in the amount of $17,000 that was satisfied due to bankruptcy.
Yes.
What was that about?
That was about during COVID. It took so long for me to get unemployment. And when it did go through, they took a bunch of us and put us in a category and said, yep, you guys are all getting your unemployment. This is your back pay. I never thought nothing of it. And all of a sudden, I got a letter in the mail stating that I needed to repay this money that for unemployment that I had received during COVID.
Okay, so you didn't repay it though, you declared bankruptcy.
Yes, I did. I had unpaid medical bills, and I think that was it. I think there's medical bills.
Okay, and then in 2023, just a couple of years ago, there was a harassment injunction with without a firearm restriction, a harassment injunction placed against you for 4 years. What was that about?
That was with Earl Captain. He was
Was it
my
well,
ex. It was with my ex fiance,
okay.
Earl Captain. I was living with him. He ended up going to prison for holding a gun to my head and threatening to kill me, battery. The judge, he originally got the restraining order. I applied for the de novo hearing and he never showed up. So the judge denied the restraining order. Then a couple months later, he wanted the restraining order. So he wrote the judge and asked the judge again to go through this. And his probation officer at the time, who is no longer his probation officer, got up on the stand and did lie about a lot of things. And I since then sent a 132-page letter to Governor Evers about this. And we're still fighting to get it dropped because I never harassed him. I lived in his house. I went with his grandson to visit him every week in prison. And I'm really not sure how he obtained it because there was no harassment. And I since then moved out on my own, been employed, would like to go back to school to service troubled children.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, I think that covers it then, Ms. Kirch. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Zachary Fisher. Mr. Fisher.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can't quite see you yet.
All right. Yeah, I can't get it to see my camera on my laptop.
Okay. Well, we can have someone reach out to you to troubleshoot, or we can proceed with just audio, whichever you'd prefer.
We could do just audio. That's fine with me if it's okay with you guys.
That's okay. Go right ahead.
All right. Well, thank you for your time today. I am asking for a pardon for 2 crimes. Both are possession of THC. The first one I was sentenced back in 2004. Before I was even fully sentenced for that one, I got the second one. Sorry, I have that backwards. The first one was offense was in 2004 in March, and then the second one, the offense was in June of 2004. The first one, I was just out with my mom and she had gotten too intoxicated and somebody had to go and get my little sister from the skating ring, and me being the naive 19-year-old thought I was capable of doing it. Shouldn't have done it. While I was getting her, I had a police officer looking in vehicles for a kid that had threatened the DJ there, and they had found 2 bottles of beer in the backseat that I was unaware of. It's got me automatically pulled out for being under 21. The second one, I was just going to a skate park, leaving with friends, and a similar car had been called in for squealing their tires, and we got pulled over. And when they pulled our names out, there was 2 of us on probation, automatically not supposed to be around each other, but again, young and naive about things back then. Ultimately, it ended up coming down to one of the other guys that was on probation had marijuana on him and lied and tried to blame me on it. And then I ended up getting sentenced to an ATR throughout that whole instance, an alternative to revocation. paid off all my fines and my court costs and everything while I was on probation during that ATR. Since I was released from my ATR, I went back and got my GED, which I graduated with honors. Then I went to work at Old Wisconsin Sausage for 6 years. Ultimately, change of pace, decided that I was going to go to Rockline Industries, where I'm currently at and have been at for 15 years now. Haven't really done anything with the community too much, been more dedicated to trying just to be a positive role model for my kids and help them in any way I can, steering from any path that I took when I was younger. Right now, I'm just requesting a pardon for those 2 crimes. I've taken full responsibility for all of my poor choices in the past. Not very proud of what it is, but if I wouldn't have made some of those choices, I don't think I would have became the person I am today. Today, I'm more of a devoted husband and father, and I'm just trying to put everything behind me and ultimately carry on some family traditions that I was not able to put in on with my bad decision making. I'm consistently trying to prove just that I'm more than my record shows, because anybody that has a red F, I call it, on their record is automatically looked at like they're criminalistic. Don't got too much else.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fisher. We'll open it up to other questions.
Thank you.
Board members? Judge Garbs.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is about your 2014 OWI second.
Yep.
What have you done to address your drinking issues?
I actually have not really drank much at all since then. That was me leaving Big Brothers Big Sisters charity tournament when Maple Lanes was still open in Sheboygan. I just had a loud exhaust on my truck, and I had literally finished the last swallow of my drink, set it down on the bar, and I said goodbye to everybody and left. And 2 blocks away, I got pulled over for the loud exhaust.
Okay, thank you.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Fisher.
Yes.
Both the judges who reviewed your application for a pardon support your getting a pardon. Now, Governor Evers will make the final decision, but how does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel great knowing that there's actual support. Like, I don't have much family in order to get support from. Both my parents have recently passed, and it was kind of shocking to me when I got a letter saying that I had gotten their support. It made it like brought a smile to my face. I looked at my wife and I was like, this is awesome.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? One from me, Mr. Fisher. I just want to follow up on Judge Kramer's questioning about your OWI. So that's a second. Was the first the incident in 2004? Because it looks like that the charge for the beer was dropped.
Yes.
Okay, so there wasn't a third incident.
No, I just copied what it said on the CCAP.
Sure.
Because I used to keep what I call the box of shame. My 17-year-old son has seen it 1,000 times, and my wife finally talked me into throwing it out about 8 years ago. It was like the ultimate don't do this box.
Sure. And that's how it shows up in CCAP for us too. I'm trying to clarify because it says it's a second and it doesn't look like that 2004 incident you didn't end up being convicted of an OWI despite that beer? I just want to make sure there wasn't another incident.
No, as far as I remember, that was part of the plea deal, was that I pled guilty to the possession and they would drop the OWI.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And I don't see any other questions for you, so I think that covers it. Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Appreciate your time, and I hope you have a good weekend.
All right. Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have Charlotte Underwood. Ms. Underwood? Ms. Underwood, I believe I see you in the Zoom.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can't quite see you yet.
Okay. I don't know how to do that.
We're going to prompt you to turn on your video.
Okay.
And let's see. There you are.
Here I am. Good afternoon, all board members and any other parties of this hearing. My name is Charlotte E. Underwood, also known as Charlotte E. Waters. I'm a lifetime Wisconsin resident, mother of 4 children by birth, 5 children through my marriage. Together, my husband and I are blessed with 16 grandchildren. Before all these blessings and during my years as an exotic dancer, I was in constant company of bad influences, fake family friends, and extremely troubled relationships with men. Because of the company I kept, my thirst for the fast lifestyle, and my disregard for authority back then, I made poor choices. Those choices involved drinking while driving, drug possession, and obstruction. I do not blame anyone or anything on the choices I made in my past. I just believe it is high time for me to stop being punished for them, especially since I paid my debts and made many accomplishments since those times. Obtaining my GED, completing AODA treatment, attending culinary school, was enrolled in an online business course in which my GPA of 3.8 made me a candidate for volunteering in my community, starting a residential cleaning business in 2016 that is still active, improving my credit score, being on the University of Green Bay's CDRF and CDCP registry, being a caregiver since 2018, are all accomplishments that show me that my past did not and will not define my future. Did I answer everything?
Let's open it up to follow-up questions and we'll see. Judge Kremers.
So, good afternoon, Ms. Underwood.
Hello.
I want to preface my question with this comment. It's not our job, as what you were told at the beginning of this hearing, to relitigate cases. This is an opportunity to get a free appeal of the case, kind of thing.
Right.
And it's really important for us to hear the acceptance of responsibility, because that's sort of one of the precursors to getting a pardon, right? What are you getting a pardon for if you didn't do anything wrong? So my question is, with that background, is it still your position that the officer planted the cocaine on you in the 2012 situation?
I don't know if it was the officer or the girl that asked me if that purse was mine in the bar. But all I know is that I hadn't even seen a drug dealer yet. I had just got out a week before. And although it was in my purse, I can't plead guilty to something that I didn't know it was not mine. I paid my debt for that. I haven't been clean for a very long time. I don't associate with certain people anymore. And I just can't plead guilty to something that I know I did not have. Now,
I'm not asking you to plead guilty to anything. I'm just trying to understand what your position is on this. Did you have a trial in that case?
No, there was no trial. I couldn't afford a trial.
So you did plead guilty to it?
I pled no contest, yes.
You pled no contest to it.
Right. Yeah, that was just, I didn't have any money. I would have tried to fight it if I had the means to do that.
I see.
But I didn't have the means to do it. I was upset. I didn't even want to deal with it anymore. I'm like, you know what? Forget it. I'll just plead no contest and just try to get this off my record later. And it's now all this stuff on my record, it all happened in the same county. It all happened on the same stretch of highway, coming from the same place, and it's just, it's so old, and it's not me anymore. And
Right.
this is hindering me from doing a lot of things that I've been trying to accomplish.
Okay. And it looks like in 2007, you were charged with child abuse, recklessly causing great harm that was perhaps reduced to a disorderly conduct.
Correct.
What was that about?
That was with me and my daughter. My daughter was dating a much older person. She was 17, which I had tried to get, the authorities to intervene with that. He was picking her up from school. She was having sex with him. When Winnebago County officers did come to my house about it, they talked to her, and because she didn't admit to them that they were having sex, they basically were telling me like I have to catch them in the act, and or something like that. One night I came home from going out, and we got into an altercation about her being with this boy while I was gone, with this man while I was gone. And she stood up in my face and she said, "Fuck you, bitch." And we started tussling, and my sons called the police. That was dropped because there was no battery to her. Her lips were already big, but they thought her lips were swollen. That was dropped because of the I think it was dropped because of the things that I had been trying to prevent that.
Okay. Then my other questions relates to your OWIs, you're driving under the influence. It looks like you've had 3 convictions.
Yes.
All right. And
Yeah.
the last one was in 2011,
Yeah, well, I was convicted in 2012.
2012.
Yeah, it happened in 2011.
What's your relationship with alcohol and driving these days?
Oh no, I drink at home, sir. I drink at home. My husband doesn't drink, so if we go out, he drives.
Okay. Have you ever gotten any treatment for your drinking?
Yes, sir. I completed AODA in Oshkosh.
Okay, but you're still drinking now.
I'm drinking at home. If I want to have a drink, I'll drink at home.
Got it.
Socially, I don't get intoxicated anymore like I used to. I drink at home.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Underwood, Judge Quimmers asked you about this, but I want to ask you specifically.
Okay.
If you stand by what you said in your application. You said, and I quote, "I believe the officer put the small amount of cocaine in my purse." Do you stand by that statement now?
I don't know who did it. I can't say that because I don't know who did it. All I know is that it was not mine. I hadn't even seen anybody to buy drugs. I was just going to work. I was going to work, and I wasn't even at work all night. I was with someone. She was driving, and that's where the obstruction charge comes in because we tried to switch seats.
Yeah.
But she was. I just can't. I can't say who did it at the time. Yes, I stood adamantly by that for years that the officer did it and that's only because this same officer was always the one to pull us over, leaving the club. But it could have been someone else. All I know is I hadn't did any drugs. I had just got out of jail. I was not trying to ride around with drugs on me, and I had just been released.
Okay. This is not something you said about in the past. This is something you said in your application for a pardon.
Correct. And I do believe I said something about the girls at the bar also.
Well,
I don't know who did it.
Well,
I don't know who did it.
You understand that accusing a police officer of planting evidence is a very serious charge.
I understand that, but this was so long ago. I'm just saying that's what I believe happened. I don't know. I believe that happened because back then, yes, like I said, I was just getting out. Why would I carry drugs on me going to work? I just got out. I don't know who did it. All I know is that my purse was out in the bar. This girl asked me, was it my purse? And when we got pulled over, He's searching my purse and he comes up with this little baggie. And I'm like, I don't know where that came from. Because the person that I was used to see before I went to jail, he didn't even use plastic baggies. He used little paper folds. He used little paper. And he never ever used plastic. So I just can't. I cannot do that because I know it wasn't mine. I know it was not mine. I don't know who did it. It could have been her. It could have been whoever. It could have been the girl that was driving me. I don't know that.
But you still say to this day that you believe it was the officer.
I don't know. No, I don't. I can't say that to this day. Not for certain.
You said it in your application.
Application, yes, and that was what 2 years ago when I filled out that application.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, muted. Other questions from the board for Ms. Underwood? Okay, I think that covers it then, Ms. Underwood. Appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Next up is Arturo Vasquez. Mr. Vasquez.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, thank you guys for your time today. I'm asking a pardon for a felony I got for a delivery of controlled substance. It was weed. I didn't do any jail time for that. I did do 3 years of probation, which I completed, I would say pretty good. I paid my restitution. I actually just finished paying the restitution probably about 2 years ago because I didn't know that there was, well, at the time that I wanted to do the pardon or something, they told me that I had I got an expungement and they had told me I had to pay a $50 fee, which I didn't know I still had it. Otherwise I would have paid it at that time when I paid off my other restitution. I have been I was trying to apply for a police officer after I got my expungement. I don't know how I passed the background because I technically still have a felony. And this was probably around May of last year. I applied, I got accepted, yet I didn't complete it because I still have a felony. So I don't want to go ahead and go through the whole process of getting to be a police officer. And then they're like, oh, well, you can't because technically you're still a convicted felon. I have maintained a job since this happened. I was 21 years old when I caught this case. I was found out I was about to be a father. I was looking for work, and right after this happened, I did start working at a landscape company. I've actually been on and off with them. I subcontract for them for the past, I want to say 18, 17 years. And then I had a company for about 6 years when I left there. And then I just recently, last year, got into the union it's called NPL, National Pipeline Service. And let me see what else. I do have two children, one 15, he just turned 16, and a 17-year-old, which plays sports a lot. So I travel a lot around the country with them. And I actually had a soccer team that I just left to another parent for just fun. I had that team for about 10 years, I won many trophies at Mexican Fiesta down at Summerfest grounds pretty much every year for 10 years straight. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Questions from the board? Judge Carrs.
So you may have heard me ask this of some other applicants today. It's encouraged in the application process to submit letters of recommendation or support, but you didn't do that?
I didn't do that because actually how I got to this was through it was called a pardon clinic.
Yeah.
So they helped me do all the paperwork themselves, and they didn't mention to me that I should have letters of support. Otherwise I can have a lot of them. I mean, like I said, I was actively with the community, you know, helping all kids. We did garbage cleanup, stuff like that. My family, my fiance. I have one of my sons is with a different mom. I mean, she would vouch for me, you know, just saying how good of a parent and how I try to be there for the kids. And so I if I would have known that, I would have definitely had a couple letters.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
It shows, our records show that in 2019, you had a delinquent tax warrant for $11,000.
Yeah, it was because when I had the business for a while, I wasn't doing my taxes. And so that's where that came about. But then I went and redid my taxes and they never told me anything about that. Because I think there was actually 2 of them on my record.
Yes. Right.
And yeah, so it was basically that I hadn't done my taxes. And once I did them, they never came back to me. They never told me anything. Because I actually went down to the revenue place downtown and talked to who my case manager was, and you know, we fixed everything there.
Okay. And in your application, you talk about how important your son was. So you say, my son has changed my life.
Yes.
But our records show that since 2018, you've had a number of warrants for failure to pay child support.
Yeah. So actually, that's very good that you say that. I'm actually my son's mom actually took me off child support. So the thing was, when I first got with my fiance now, it was kind of like a messy breakup, and my son's mom didn't want to let me see my son. So I actually put myself in child support so that I can have custody of him. But then it didn't turn out my way. Like they wanted me to pay her money and stuff. Well, I was the one that was providing for him. So I did get pulled over one day, and I think they took me in or something for the child support. And I basically went in front of a judge and I just told him, like, I can't see myself paying for my son to see my son when I have him pretty much every day, you know. So shortly after that, my son's mom finally we came to an agreement, and I think she took it completely off. Like, we went to the court and they wrote it completely off at 0. Cause I think I said that I owed at that time maybe about 20,000, 18,000. And she said, you know what? She was fine with just writing it completely off because she knew that I was actively involved in my son's life the whole time. So yeah, so everything got completely wiped off that day.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Vasquez, one from me. It looks like you disclosed in your application an OWI about 3 years ago. Can you tell us about your relationship with alcohol now?
Yeah, I don't really drink much. I mean, I'll drink socially here and there, you know, like some kind of party or something. Anytime I do drink, I always catch an Uber anywhere if I have to. But now my 2 sons just got their driver license, so they could kind of drive us around. But yeah, I would say I don't drink excessively or anything. It's just more, you know, socially when we get invited to places or a dinner or something like that.
Okay, so what happened when you got the OWI? Were you drinking more then, or just?
No, and actually that OWI was not even for drinking. It was actually because so I had worked a 17-hour shift plowing snow that day, and we had went home around 10 o'clock and had to be back at 3 in the morning. So when I had left that night, I had smoked, you know, so when I went home, I could relax my body or whatever. And when I came back, my car still smelled like marijuana. So when I got pulled over for a headlight being out, like a block away from my job, they said, "Oh, well, they did all the breathalyzer and all the tests that they do. They did about 6 tests on me out in the parking lot. I passed everything, but the police officer said, "Oh, we're gonna take you in to get blood drawn." And I said, "That's fine." So that they took me in, got blood drawn, and then a couple months later came back, that I had marijuana in my system. I don't smoke no more. Like I said, I just joined the union recently, so we get random drug tests. I'm actually trying to get my CDL. I'm actually starting next week, Tuesday, for my classes. So, sobriety is a big thing for me now.
Okay, so is it possible that it wasn't an OWI and that's this 2019 non-criminal possession of THC charge?
Yeah, so
Okay. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. I appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, and then our last applicant of the day is Lynette Rogers. Ms. Rogers. We can see you, we can't yet hear you. We're gonna try prompting you to unmute, Ms. Rogers, see if we can get you a pop-up so that it's a little easier. Just give us a second.
Hello.
Perfect, there we go.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Yes. Oh, how are you guys? Hi, I'm Lynette Rogers, and I was trying to get a pardon because I want to open up me and my kids, they wanted to open up some kind of business. I have 7 children, 19 grandkids, and 12 great grandchildren. Matter of fact, I have one here that's driving me crazy. The whole time we've been doing the Zoom while I was holding, he's got stuff everywhere. I'm like, oh my goodness. Yes, but yes, I was married. My first marriage, I got married when I was 16 to Bobby Jones. But I always have worked. And so he had a job. I can't remember where he worked at, but at the time, I think we went to the welfare and we was going for food stamps at the time. And I didn't tell him about my employment because I was working. I was working at W.H. Brady. And I didn't tell him about the employment. But then after a while, months later, they just started sending me a check. And we never told them that. So, we're taking the blame for we never told them that I had a job. So I think that was in like in 86. I think we were both convicted of welfare fraud over a total of, I think it was 5 years. And I was the only sole provider of a job the whole time we were married for, I think, like 17 years. He never held a job down, but I always have worked a job. As a matter of fact, I just retired from Milwaukee Public Schools in 2023. I retired from Milwaukee Public Schools, and we both was I had to pay it back was a big lump sum, but he never have paid because he never had a job, and he passed away Bobby Jones passed away in 2000 and I might be 6, I think 2006. So we're still a balance on there, but I still pay monthly payments, by myself. I've really been paying by myself the whole time. I think at the time he was paying, I think he was on general assistance or something. And I think they were taking a little bit out of that check. I'm not sure, when he was on general assistance. Hello?
We can hear you, Ms. Rogers.
Oh, okay. But other than that, yeah, I just want to get that pardon because we're trying to do it like a family business.
Okay.
I know my one daughter, she was talking about doing something with the felons when they come out of jail, because she has a background. Because I have one daughter that's a nurse, and then I have a sister that's a retired deputy sheriff. So we was trying to get something together.
Okay, Ms. Rogers, we'll open up to other questions the board might have for you. Board members? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Rogers, when you were involved in this situation, you had 5 kids at that
Yes.
time?
Yes.
And how are that was 40 years ago.
Yes.
How are those kids doing now?
Oh, that's how I've had so many grandkids. I got 19 grandkids. Yeah. Yes, they have, oh yeah, they have their own, they all work. Yeah, they all work. And matter of fact, I have one that lives down in she moved her family. They're in Texas. But the other ones live here. I have a son that works for the city in the water department. I have a daughter that works in, she's in St. Joe's emergency room. I have a daughter that works at Rogers, behavioral, but I did have one son that did get in trouble when he was 17. And that was after I divorced their dad. When I divorced their dad, everything did get got a little rough for me, because I think the kids couldn't deal with the breakup. I think they were more, hurt by it, I think, with the breakup. So he kind of went to the left. Yeah, but now he's working. He has he's like electrical engineer. He's working the new apartment complexes, running all electricity and different, things like that. And I have never went without working.
Thank you very much.
Other questions from the board? Eric.
In 2009, it looks like there might have been a public assistance lien filed against you, about $29,000. Is that related to the balance that was still owed from this case, or was that something separate?
That has to be from the same case. I have never had anything else.
All right, thank you.
Judge Cremers.
Maybe I missed it, but how much do you still owe in restitution?
I think I still owe about maybe 10,000.
Are you on kind of a payment plan?
Yes, I've been on the pay, but it was supposed to be half. He was supposed to pay half, and I was supposed to pay half, but he never paid. It would be paid off if he would have paid this part.
Yeah.
Yeah, because both of us in on it together. He never paid anything, so that left me stuck paying the whole thing by myself.
How much are you paying a month?
I try to give between 60, and if I have a little extra, I try to do a little bit more. But my main goal was 60 a month.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, because I remarried, and I remarried my second husband. He passed away also.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right, I think that covers it, Ms. Rogers. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, and thank you guys for listening to me.
Thank you.
Okay, have a blessed day.
All right.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
You as well.
Okay, bye now.
Ms. Rogers was our last applicant of the afternoon section. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A sub D and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases, concerning specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Judge Cremers, second from Jerry. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?